The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the April 17th, 2025 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. Board Member Thrower, would you read our commitment statement, please?
Absolutely. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are to be dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success.
Thank you. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for the public work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, and thank you, ma'am. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers must be careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez. Please provide the proof of publication.
Good morning. The notice for the April 17, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on April 4, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Dr. Gullett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just really brief items this morning. I'll start with students always, and it's just as a reminder, there's no school tomorrow, so wish everyone a wonderful weekend. And board chair, if I could, I just want to provide some context to the first item on the agenda today.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So, board, we have listed the start and stop bell times first, and if you see, we have a pretty good audience size here today, and a lot of them are amazing principals. They are here because the items that you see proposed are not from transportation per se. They're really from our amazing school leaders, and have some background and request for some of these changes due to the instructional time and serving our students the best that they can in the communities that they're serving. So they are here. If you have any questions, appreciate them being here, and wanted to put them first so they could get back to their buildings as quickly as possible. But just wanted to provide that context to you and thank them for their leadership and being here.
All right. Thank you.
Ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So then I will ask for Ms. Kiner to come forward. Mr. Frazier is also here as supervisors of the schools, representing the requests that you see before you today. Thank you, Ms. Kiner.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair Conrad, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. We are here today to present the recommended start-stop times for the 25-26 school year. The start-stop time scheduling committee began meeting back in February and included elementary, middle, and high school principals, principal supervisors, and members of the transportation team. After reviewing the on-time arrival data for our buses, as well as comparing bus discipline referral data to last school year, the committee's recommendation was to continue with the three-tiered system for start-stop times. The 25-26 school start-stop times also includes the addition of our two new elementary schools, School W and School X. They will start at 7:35 a.m. and end the day at 2:10 p.m. for students, which mirrors the majority of our elementary school bell times. In addition, based on principal recommendation, the committee adjusted Osceola Middle School's dismissal time from 3:55 p.m. to 4:11 p.m. as the principal is requesting to move to a 7-period student day. This request is based on principal and staff input after reviewing their student and staff needs for next school year.
Good morning. Based on principal recommendation, the committee also brought forward one high school start time to be adjusted by 5 minutes later, which is Lake Weir High. This will allow Lake Weir High school teachers to have an additional 5 minutes to have parent conferences before the student day starts. Also based on principal recommendation, the committee requested Madison Street Elementary student dismissal time be adjusted to 2:30 p.m., adding 10 minutes to the student day. The final recommendation for the committee was for two middle schools have their dismissal time adjusted based on principal, staff, and parent feedback. Howard Middle and North Marion Middle are requesting to go from a 7th period day to a 6th period student day for the next school year. By granting this request, the student dismissal time would change from 4:11 p.m. to 3:55. We do have all three middle school principals here, Ms. Parker, Mr. Corley, and Ms. Johnson, here today, as well as Mr. Curley, principal at Madison Street, if you have any specific school-based questions that you would like to ask.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Thank you, Ms. Kynard. Board, I open up for any questions or concerns. Dr. James?
Thank you. So it was my understanding we went to a 7-period day to try and alleviate 8.5ers or students who are unit deficient going into high school. And so my understanding when we transitioned to essentially every middle school doing that except for Osceola and Liberty, right? Osceola and Liberty, right?
Bellevue.
Bellevue, sorry. The intention there was that those schools were not having a significant issue with students who are unit deficient, and the others were, and so we were going to 7-period days so that essentially a student had 21 opportunities in 3 years to get 12 units, which should be ample. So is there a data point to now say that going to 7-period days did not impact that intention? Because otherwise I have questions about why was that the intention for doing it in the first place?
Absolutely, and I can let Mr. Corley and Ms. Parker speak to that, to the specifics. However, when we did track the data North Marion's been doing this for 3 years. As we tracked the data within your credit recovery, we didn't see a significant impact on students and the amount of credits that they were recovering.
Okay. So, and that's fine with me, and when we're going to site-based budgeting in a year from now, the concern is going to be, and this is the concern, then my next question for Osceola, going to 7-period days from a scheduling perspective requires additional units. You cannot do 7-period days without additional units, which is why we see a unit cut from Mr. Corley's school at North Marion, because Howard is a little bit blessed in that they're going to get more kids, so they won't experience that. But it requires about 2 more units to be able to do that. And so what is going to be the plan then? Are we going to back fund Osceola in a year from now when they're on a 7-period day? And then those same questions I will ask for Lake Weir and any of the other schools we have on a 7-period day, because they may very well not generate enough internal FTE money to cover the additional units.
I can speak to that. For Osceola Middle School, as well as some of the other middle schools like We're Middle that already have a 7-period day, Denellen Middle, we do have the current schools that are 7-period day, like We're Middle, Denellen Middle, we do have data that we are having less students retained in 8th grade because they have an opportunity during that student day with that 7th period option. Being able to take those credit recovery courses, as well as being able to advance some of the students that would not have an opportunity to have an elective because they are having a reading intervention and or a math intervention during a normal 6-period day. So we are having some success at certain schools. I think that's why it's important for the site-based autonomy for the principal to definitely be able to happen, because every school is unique in its own individual needs. To respond to your part of the question about site-based budgeting in a year, we definitely have already been starting those conversations with principals. Schools like Lake Weir High with Mr. McAteer are already piloting the site-based budgeting this year, so they're already starting to see that. And, you know, Ms. Johnson and I have had many conversations about site-based budgeting and going into the 7-period day. And they not only get FTE funds for students, all students, but there are, of course, variations in their FTE funds depending on, you know, students with IEPs and students with individual needs. And so some of these students would be able to be supported in that 7-period day. But she's already starting to look at that for next year, and those will be some decisions that principals will all have to make based on what their data is telling them and what their return on investment is telling them for different staff members, for different staff courses even. That they're going to be having and offering at their schools. This will give a unique opportunity with site-based budgeting for principals, principals to really have the opportunity to really be able to focus on their individual student needs, because we all know that every school in our district is unique in its own way.
Absolutely, and I'm a huge supporter of principal autonomy. So if principals, and we see we had a leadership change at Osceola, so that is I would say probably one of the main catalysts, because the leadership a year ago did not want to do a 7-period day, which is why they didn't do a 7-period day. And so I totally agree with that. I think what my heartburn from it is, as leaders move throughout our district, our families shouldn't have to respond accordingly, right? And so I can appreciate leadership autonomy, but if the leadership were to change again in 2 years, then the schedule changes again in 2 years, and then those families have to adapt. Those are the things that I would just like us to look at the full picture of. And then my just final thought on this, I think that I would like to see better communication, which I know we talk about all of the time. I know as a parent of Madison Street, until I was having a conversation with Ms. Kynard, I did not even know that this was on the agenda, because I hadn't looked at board docs yet because it was uploaded late, and so I hadn't even seen it. So in my opinion, a practice for this district going forward. If an item is related to families, the district should be sending out a Sky Alert that says, to all of those schools, that says, parents, we are today, and the board docs or whatever was uploaded for next week's board work session. Your students' start-stop times is up for discussion. This is where you can find that information, because while many Osceola families have reached out with concerns, not a single Madison Street family has reached out. And maybe because they don't care. 10 minutes doesn't affect my life at all, but maybe some would. I imagine there's always one person who cares. I think it's because they have no idea. And so if they have no idea that we're discussing it, how can they then publicly participate in the communication, which the workshop is supposed to be the opportunity for the public to participate and provide their feedback. The board meeting is really not the opportunity. I mean, while there is always public comment there, the work of and the negotiation of sorts happens here. And so I would like to see this district, any item that impacts families that gets uploaded to board docs for a whole school, I think that a district all-call or Sky Alert should go out when it is published so that no one can say they didn't know it was being discussed. And I don't know I can only speak to Madison Street because I'm at Madison Street, so I can't speak to whether the other schools did Sky Alerts or not, but I would like to see that become a standard practice in this district. So those are just my thoughts. But I'm in support. If this is what the principals want, let's rock on.
Thank you, Dr. James. Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. Because Dr. James alluded to the conversation coming out of Osceola families, and having spoken, first of all, let me back up. And having spoken to the principals about these changes directly, and I spoke to just about all of you about these changes directly, I also support the changes from the 7 period to 6 period for the schools asking for them, as well as the change from 6 period to 7 period for the school asking for it. Additionally, Madison Street being in my district, speaking with Dr. Curley, I also agree with the change that he's recommending there. But having spoken just a moment ago about Osceola families, part of that conversation is happening. I appreciate the sentiment of considering a Sky Alert, but what did happen on that campus is a PTO and SAC meeting happened in advance of this meeting, even in advance of this being published. And so those families were aware of this conversation because of that. So it wasn't a Sky Alert, but it was another parent communication method that worked very effectively. And so those families have been speaking out. Board, this is going to kind of be same bat time, same bat channel. This time last year, I did the same advocacy that I'm about to do. I would be in full support of considering moving Osceola to a time similar to what Fort McCoy's is. I understand the uniqueness of the campus that encompasses 8th Street and Osceola. I know that we could argue that Liberty and Hammett have similar because they're side by side. However, my difference there is the same number of students on the combined Osceola 8th Street campus equals one of the campuses at Liberty or Hammett. So it becomes a volume issue for me on that. We have heard the outcry of families. If you haven't, I have. And as you all know, last year when this did come before a board vote, it passed 4-1 because I still believe that we need to consider our schools, not just every elementary school the same, every middle school the same, every high school the same. Just as we're saying today, principals have the autonomy to make these decisions. I believe if presented the option to move Osceola to an earlier start time with principal discretion, that would have been the proposal today as well, based on the families and community support there at that school. And Mr. Ostanek, I know I've already spoken with him on his day off. I'm so sorry I called you on your day off, but he is prepared to at least give a little bit more information if there is some for us to consider. Thank you.
Good morning.
From a transportation standpoint, I'll just say that it will hinder us a pretty good bit if we start moving times again. When we look at like Fort McCoy, if you move to that start time for an Osceola, Fort McCoy and Zone 2 already has the least number of three-tiered buses. And part of that is because we couldn't adjust Fort McCoy's time back to an elementary time because it's a combined school with middle school and elementary school because of the start times having to be where they were at 8 o'clock. The other thing when we start talking about moving times, yes, it does sound like it's going to get repealed as far as the statute, but until that's signed by the governor, we can't do that. So that's a concern there as far as that goes, and we don't know when that will be as far as when that would be signed by the governor. And if it's middle of the summer type of thing, that's going to cause a big heartache for transportation. But as far as talking about the tiers and why they're in place the way they are, middle school has the fewest number of students that we transport. And I'll give you the numbers here real quick. Our middle schools, we have 5,684 students that we transport for Tier 3. High schools, you have 6,889, and elementary, you have 8,290. From the feedback that we get, most people are probably, if they had to pick a tier, the third tier is not the one that would be picked. So the fewest number of students that are impacted from a bus transportation standpoint are middle school. And I'll kind of open up for questions as far as, I will say, the other thing I'll say, we're averaging, I'll say the last 3 weeks, we've been 93% or above for our AM on-time arrivals. Last year, those same time periods, we were about 6% below that. So you're talking about 1,200 students that are getting to school on time, roughly, compared to last year, the same period. So that's a pretty drastic number, I think, in my opinion.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ostanek. I appreciate that feedback and that information. As you and I both know, that Osceola buses last year, prior to changing their start time to the third tier, were already three-tier buses for the most part. And so I'm curious what that would look like if we were just to go back to the same 3 tiers the Osceola bus drivers used to have.
You would add about 10 runs to the elementary time. So if we have the most, which is the first tier. The most first tier students that we transport, we're adding 10 more runs. Okay, so now you're taking away those runs from third tier, you're adding them to first tier. So that's going to cause us to have to add, we'll need more buses and more drivers.
So adding it's not, I just want to make sure, so it would be adding as opposed to just moving, because the third, it would kind of be reversing your third tier.
Because pretty much all of our buses run the first tier.
Okay.
So if we got to add 10 more runs to that tier, we got to figure out where are we pulling to get
Sure.
those 10.
Understandably. And that's why when you and I spoke on the phone, I asked, would it be better if we were to adjust an Osceola schedule if they were on the first tier or the second tier? And so that was the option that I had said, if they were on a second tier, what that would look like. And so even whenever we had them 3-tiering before, were they still the first tier? I mean, is in the Osceola buses last year?
The Osceola start times last year they were
still first tier.
Start time from last year, so.
So as far as potentially moving them to the second tier, which is the 8:30 start time, is there any possibility of what that looks like? Again, I am advocating for more than 50 parents I heard from. I myself am an Osceola parent. I understand what this looks like. And when you have 50 parents that reach out to you, you know there are at least hundreds more that are interested in this conversation. So perhaps you all did not receive the same communication, but I'll continue to advocate for each of the schools that are in District 1.
Yes, ma'am. I would have to take a look at the second tier on that, and see what our numbers are and how it matches up before I could give you a great answer. But I can tell you, as far as the first tier, you're looking about 10 extra runs.
Okay. I can understand why we wouldn't want to make them at 7:35. I can understand that. That's why I was looking at more Fort McCoy 8 o'clock, but if it needed to be 8:30, I can assure you that those families, they would be appreciative of that type of transition. Again, it is a unique situation that we have on that specific campus, more unique than some of the others, just by volume, by space, by a lot of factors, a lot of non-bus riders for elementary. They only have one bus in their entire elementary school. So that would be more similar to our magnet programs that don't have any transportation at all. So there are just lots of reasons why I would love to see us explore Osceola's start time being later, and then that would cause less concern for them going to 7-period day, and so their day actually would end earlier.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, and thank you for the discussion. When you change one thing, it makes 50 people happy, and then you affect others. So it is truly a balance. I believe I heard you say that potentially exploring the second-tier option would be worth doing just that before we make a final decision and then get some feedback on that. And I would appreciate that. But what I do know is that we tasked this transportation department hard to better our on-time delivery and arrival. So, and you guys have delivered on that. And while 6% may not sound like that much when you're talking about volume, we're talking a lot of kids now getting back and forth to school on time. However, if you're a parent that isn't one of them, you're still unhappy. And after conversations with you, Mr. Ostana, which I appreciate, looking forward, you know, as new roads are being built and new schools are being built and traffic patterns are changing, it sounds like you guys are monitoring that, looking at making some tweaks to routing to continue to improve. So I don't see this as being a very short-term fix. Let's do this because the implications on the other side will likely put us right back to where we were with getting 50 phone calls from another school now. Obviously, I think it's the goal of every board member sitting up here to have every single student arrive on time every day and get home on time every day, not have their after-school activities affected, not have their dinner time affected, not have anything affected. But I don't know that that's 100% realistic. What I do know is that the transportation department is a linchpin for so many families, and we need to be careful about the adjustments that we make and why. And I think there's also a larger conversation here. As this community continues to grow, as we add more schools, there's more burden on transportation, and our partners with the county and the city, I'm not sure, you know, what they're doing. I think that would be a good topic to be discussing. I know the city is really focused on making that area walkable and safe to be walking. And it would be my goal and desire to get as many students that are within the walk zone safely able to walk or bike or ride an electric bike or ride a scooter or whatever it is they're doing these days and get themselves to school that way. There's all kinds of great data that shows that when a student gets some good physical exercise, they're able to focus better in school, and that's the same for adults in our jobs. So while we're continuing to tweak and work on our bus transportation, I also think that we need to be mindful of the global growth of this county and how we can partner with our other entities. I kind of think about the litter initiative. Those of you that are elementary school, you know, with Rubbish the Raccoon coming around, that's become a real partnership. And it's better for the community that is happening. And I think it would be better for the community to partner on these walkability initiatives. It would be a lot less expensive for us, I think, to find some crossing guards at critical intersections and that kind of thing, and reassure parents that, you know, there's good safety mechanisms in place so that they feel comfortable having their kids walk and ride to school. So I see it as a multi-tiered situation. I hope that the second tier can be investigated and explored a little more, and if that's a potential fix, great. You know, we're all about continuous improvement. That's what I have.
Thank you, Board. Yes, Reverend Cummings.
Good morning. And thank you guys for presenting. I looked at this schedule of school start times. I support I do support the principals when they say that they need to do something. I do have that same concern that Dr. James has of every time a principal moves, is that going to be a change for that school? Is that going to be a new disruption for that school? But I also want to make sure that we consider that, have we talked to the unions concerning these changes, these stop times, where are they at with this, how they feel about this?
We had our committee that we had that met for the bell times did not include. It didn't include. It included principals. It included faculty members, staff members, district members, transportation for the committee. So I don't know that there was conversations with the union on the school start-stop times.
That could be an issue with the collective bargaining units if it's going to affect them.
If it's within their contract, like, so for Madison, as to be specific for Madison, they were not teaching their full instructional minutes allocated by the contract. So making the day longer isn't violating their contract. So nobody's contract is being violated by the changes that are being made.
Right now, for that one particular school, what about for all these that are changing?
I think the teacher contract day stays the same. It's just arranging where their planning periods would be and that kind of thing, which would be according to the school. And every school's a little different on how that is. They just have to have so much contract time, where student contact time versus planning time.
Because when you move something in one place, it can affect something somewhere else. And so we need to make sure that we're taking into consideration all those potentially moving pieces. And with the transportation piece, if we're getting to a point where we're getting better with transportation and transportation is better, I personally don't want to see us upset that the apple cart, as folks would like to say. We need to try to keep those things in place moving forward to get better, rather than to change something right now and then it goes backwards. So as Board Member Thrower was saying, I'm looking to the day where the kids are able to go to the schools in their neighborhood where they don't have to be bused and all those types of things, but we're not there yet, so thank you.
Okay. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. I just had another thought, and Board Member Cummings, I don't disagree about having union representation at bell time discussions. I mean, why not? The more that people are aware of what's happening and can have some input, then I don't really see a downside to that. Speaking about disruption from principal moves, I would like to think that when a principal comes into a new school, it's much more than arbitrary, the decisions that they make as far as everything. Let's face it, we all want to be in an A district, and we're putting our schools under tremendous pressure to get that done. So if they feel from looking at their data that certain changes need to be made that weren't made by a previous principal, well, they're the new person that is now tasked with moving that school. So I do believe that it's not a blanket thing, that no one has complete autonomy and authority, but we need to be sensitive to the folks that are actually doing the work and hearing the justifications and the rationale, and then doing our level best to support that in I would say almost all situations. So those are just a couple other things that came to my mind with the continued conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Board Member Thrower. And I'll just kind of wrap us up as, as a board, we task transportation to help us get students to school on time because we had a pretty good deficit. And so you helped us solve that problem by going to a 3-tiered system. Because of the amount of area our school buses have to travel and the amount of students they have to pick up. And so speaking with the first comment about the governor, may sign to relinquish that, we can't get our students to school in that system. And so we know the 3-tier system has really moved us to a better place in getting our students to school on time. So I thank you for that. I'm hesitant about the conversation about moving Osceola's start time because I think if we asked any middle school parent, it is a challenge for every single one of them. And this board acknowledged that when we had that conversation initially. We know I know as a board member that that late start time is difficult, and I am grateful for every single parent and bus driver that's, helping get a family member or a cousin or a friend to school on time. We know it's a challenge, but it, to me, is what we have to do right now to get our kids to school on time. So I just appreciate the work that you've done. I appreciate our principals helping make decisions. That's what's best for their school and their students, and I am in support of the school start time schedule. So thank you, Ms. Trestonic.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Is there anything else from the board? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
So with the comments that have been made by the board, does it appear that I'm the only one that would advocate for at least exploring Osceola going to that second tier?
No. Board Member Thrower was in support.
Okay, do we have a majority to even consider that as an option before this goes before us? I know that, well, I don't want to speak for anyone who is in that calendar committee or the start time committee, but I know that this was a conversation that happened quite a bit in that committee. And so I'm just curious to know if there is anyone else. Can we get at least a majority of us that are interested in exploring the potential so we can ensure that we have done all that we can to exhaust this topic? Because until we get there, we're going to continue to have the outcry that we're having. I understand we had the conversation last year about moving those two campuses to a K-8. That remedy, I'll use as an interesting word, would have eliminated this conversation altogether. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and I think that it's imperative that we at least consider looking at Osceola moving to the second tier. But if there's only two of us, we can't get that done.
Yes, Reverend Cummings.
Listen, I hear Dr. Campbell, and I agree that anytime there's community outcry, whether it's with Osceola, Fessenden, Reddick, or anything, we need to take into consideration the community input or our outcry. So I don't have an issue, Dr. Campbell, with us exploring it further, but we do need to take in consideration, truly take in consideration, when the community says something, we need to listen. And it doesn't just need to be with Osceola, it needs to be with any school.
Agreed.
That makes an outcry. So I'm fine with that, Dr. Campbell.
I'll chime in. I'm only interested in looking at that data if it doesn't negatively affect any other school pickup. Yeah, so that's where I stand. Dr. James?
Well, and if I can add, I mean, I do feel like we really did a very thorough job a year ago discussing this, and what I don't want to happen is a delay in the vote on these, because one principal, for sure, at North Marion Middle School has a staffing decision to make that is dependent on this vote. So he is losing 2 units by this going from a 7-period day to a 6-period day. And I reiterate, the timing of all of this should have happened in the winter and not right now, because those 2 individuals missed voluntary and involuntary transfer periods because this decision is not made yet. So all of those principals, I feel confident, want this decision to be made, and then if another decision happens and we amend it for another school, then fine. But I would like to see this go before the board as a vote, as it's intended to come, if there are no other changes that the board wants. And then if we have an amendment for Osceola that is advantageous to the families, I can't imagine anyone's going to be upset with it coming before the board for a secondary vote at another time. But I do not want Sorry, I was looking for the more appropriate word. I do not want a further investigation into a singular school to delay the work of all of the rest of the schools and what the work that they need to do. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes.
And I don't want to delay either. I think this needs to go forward. I think what Dr. Campbell is asking for is to look at that particular school and not to delay this process, but for us to continue with this process and have some additional conversation on that particular school. So I think this plan is okay. We need to continue to move forward as well.
But we need to include Osceola as a part of this plan as presented, because that principal is asking for a 7-period day and is asking for the change to 4:11 or whatever the time is. And so we need to approve this as presented, and if there is a change, then there is a change at another time. But we can't not make a decision for Osceola right now and then come back in 2 months, because then it's even later notifying families of a potential change.
Agreed. Thank you, Dr. James. Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Question is, how long would it take to really find out and about the second tier possibility for Osceola? Is that something that we can get information on before we vote?
I think I could probably get information within an hour.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Some generalized information. I mean, it's not going to be, 100%, this is exactly how it would be, but I can get us within a couple runs.
Okay.
Very
So
good.
the message is we want to move forward. We want to keep everybody on track. You're going to update us on what is possible with Osceola, but we'll still be ready to move forward on Tuesday.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So would you like me, because I'll go make some calls and we'll do some work. Would you like me to come back as soon as I have it, or?
Can you email us?
Yes,
We'll
yes,
be
ma'am.
here a while.
I mean, yeah, we'll be here a while. That's true. We're going to be here a while.
Or
You
if
got it,
not,
bud.
could we just put that under discussion on the school board meeting agenda tonight? It's going to be.
Sure, absolutely. Would that be easy for you, Mr. Ostanek?
I-
If we pull it as a discussion item at the school board meeting, and then we can discuss, and that gives you actually a little bit of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what we'll plan on. Thank you all for your presentation this morning. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go any further, I just want to mention, we are having technical difficulties this morning, so if you would like a copy of the presentation that we're going through, there are copies out in the lobby, so please feel free to go grab one so you can follow along with us. Thank you. Dr. Gullett, are you ready for our next?
Comment.
Oh, and is there any public comment?
And here he comes.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Avery, A-V-E-R-Y, and I'm the president of the Marion Education Association, and I represent the Instructional Bargaining Unit. Yes, you were correct. We were not invited to any meetings in regards to this, and I'm a little confused about this. 4 years ago, the district came to us and said, hey, we want to run this pilot. We want to try at 4 middle schools to run a 7-period day. And it's going to be a pilot program, and we're going to see how this works. And those 4 schools were North Marion Middle, Lakeware Middle, Horizon Academy, and Denellen Middle. They ran the pilot for 2 years, just ran right in the second year, no feedback or anything. And then last year, prior to the meeting, again, we were contacted and said, hey, we want to expand this program. We want to expand this to all the middle schools and one of the high schools. Now, we have 2 middle schools that aren't going to do it yet, but the idea was that we're going to continue to expand this program. That is what the district said. And now we have this year where 2 schools have decided they don't want to be part of this program anymore. I will tell you specifically that at North Marion Middle, once they started this pilot program, it solved their planning time issues. Because of their bus situation, they had planning time issues for years of trying to get planning time, as you mentioned, that's allotted in the contract. We're not rolling back the other schools. I don't understand why it's suddenly just changing at a couple schools. I understand Osceola going to 7 periods because that's what the district said last year, that we were going to expand this. We're not expanding it to the other high schools. We're only expanding it to 1 middle school. Now we're rolling 2 back, and that doesn't seem to make any sense. Yes, I agree about the staffing changes and how those are so late, and that those people did not have the opportunity to be on the displacement part to be placed prior to internal transfer. There's also this issue of I'm going to schedule a time, make our school day, that the teachers leave 5 minutes after the students. And that is not a good plan. And that will be what will happen at least one of those schools. And then who's going to watch students? Who's going to supervise students at the end of the day? And to say that, oh, the teachers will just do it. Well, then you automatically are asking them or expecting them to stay past their contract time to supervise students. And that shouldn't happen. We shouldn't make a schedule that way. We shouldn't make the schedule based on that the teachers will do the right things, but we don't have to compensate them. So I don't think that we should be changing this in the way that it's listed. Has nothing about transportation, although I do believe that once we went to the 7 periods, the transportation issue at North Marion Middle has improved rather than deteriorated, at least at the end of the day. I don't know about the beginning of the day, because there have not been nearly the complaints that we used to have. But they can talk to you about late buses and such, and who has to stay and watch those. I'm not there to do that. But I don't think that this is a good plan moving forward. I don't think this is what the district envisioned. This is not what the district said last year. So I'm very confused and disappointed that we were not involved in this process up until this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. As always, we appreciate your input. All right. Dr. Gullett, we ready for our next item?
Yes, ma'am, we are. So I'm going to have Ms. Barnes come forward, and we're going to be sharing information, the compliance report from Safe Schools. As a reminder, board, you do not have a document on board docs due to the nature of the items that Ms. Barnes is going to share with you, and she'll share some more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Good morning.
Good morning, Conrad Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. Florida State Statute 1001.212 required the Department of Education's Office of Safe Schools to develop and adopt a Florida School Safety Compliance Inspection Report to document compliance or noncompliance with school safety requirements mandated by law or rule and adherence to established school safety best practices to evaluate the safety, security, and emergency response of the school. The Office of Safe School completes the report while conducting unannounced inspections of all public and charter schools while school is in session, and investigate reports of noncompliance with school safety requirements. At the end of each quarter, the Office of Safe Schools provide a report to the district school superintendent and school safety specialist, identifying the number and percentage of schools, including charter schools, inspected or re-inspected during that quarter, and the number and percentage of schools that had no school safety requirement deficiencies. The compliance inspections contain confidential information. Therefore, to maintain the safety and security of the district, the report does not contain detailed information. The 2024-2025 third quarter report contains the following for Marion County Public Schools. The number of schools inspected or re-inspected, 14. Percentage of schools inspected or re-inspected, 25.45%. The number of inspected schools with no school safety required deficiencies was 11. The percentage of inspected schools with no school safety requirement deficiencies for this quarter was 78.7. And that concludes your report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board, yes, Dr.
I know the last time we did this, Dr. Campbell asked us questions. She probably wants to ask it again, but can we have a shade session on the 3 that didn't pass?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. James, could you repeat that?
I would like a shade session for the 3 in schools that were not in compliance.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good. Is that what you had?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
She just asked it last time, so that's what I remember.
Yeah, this time. All right, anything else from the board? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Barnes. We appreciate you being here this morning.
You're welcome.
Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Gullett, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moving on to our student progression plan, we will begin the conversation today, kicked off by Dr. Brewer. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Conrad, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. We are here today to provide you with part 1 of our recommendations for revisions to the 2025-2026 Student Progression Plan. The committee included representatives from the academic services team, such as mental health, school choice, career technical education, and student pathways and assessments. Administrators, teachers, and parents were also included in the committee. I have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Mark Ingram. He is the curriculum coordinator for K-12. He will present the committee's work to you, and at the end of the presentation, Mrs. Deborah Riedel and I will also be available for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Good morning, Mr. Ingram.
Thank you. Good morning, board chair, board members, Dr. Gullett. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I'm here to share our updates for the student progression plan. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Brewer and Mrs. Riedel, my directors in secondary and elementary curriculum, and I am Mark Ingram, a coordinator of K-12 curriculum. The purpose of the progression plan, we are required to create one by legislature, and it is to provide students, parents, schools, everybody a document they can go to see how students progress from grade level to grade level toward graduation. Our revision process is based first on legislation, then on board policy, and then finally on what we can refine and work with our committee and our team members. But we also have the understanding that legislation and statute take precedence, and then board policy, and then our input comes last. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the revisions. At this point, it's a pretty straightforward set. We do have to wait on legislation. We're still in the middle of a legislative session. There are a few things that are pending that could change this whole policy or this whole plan, but most of them would be pretty straightforward and pretty easy to embed in this. We would just need further approval. So the first shift is just including contact information for Donnie Tucker and Stan Jacobs as far as home education students wanting to participate in extracurricular activities. There are a lot of things that can change in that, so we want them to know to contact the right people in order to participate in those things, because things can shift. That's why contact info is in there for that. As far as school schedules, that is just a section where we outline our resiliency education and our caring school community curriculum. We just want to make it clear that we are using up-to-date language there, and it's been updated in other spots in the document as well. Not a major change, just something where we're being clear about what we're doing. The next update is to elementary grading scales. Now, this was separate from the progression plan committee, but it is reflected in the progression plan. We did work on grading committees where we brought in teachers, we brought in union representation, we brought in administrators to work on our grading scales and our grading procedures, and that was a whole separate process, but what affected the progression plan is coming in here. And one of the big changes is to elementary grading. We're going to a unified K-5 grading scale using language reflective of the Florida BEST benchmarks. So as you can see, all students K-5 will get an A through F letter grade, and it's got that language of the benchmarks. This is really for the purpose of clarity across the grade levels, thinking about things like third grade retention, where parents have seen satisfactory grades throughout, and now a student suddenly isn't on grade level. Now we are using that language throughout, and this, our teacher committee came to us with this, and they were all on board. But this lets us be more consistent and more accurate. As far as secondary, we're proposing, or the committee proposed, a shift in grading categories, where we once had a separate homework category, a separate test projects, and there's going to be 2 categories in addition to end-of-course exams, which is required by the state. There's going to be 2 categories, one for assignments or classwork, which could include homework, and one for assessments and larger projects. That really gives the teachers and schools more flexibility as to what to put in there, because having homework be its own category, we know not every course necessarily lends itself to homework, but having it as its own category implies there should be some homework, and now the teachers ultimately have that final say. Probably the biggest changes here are just a frequent topic of discussion. That's promotion from 8th grade to 9th grade. One change has already taken place in practice, but it's just something we've been doing for a while. We wanted to make sure we were doing clearly and straightforward and in line with what statute says. So you see the green language marked on that slide. We have, as a practice, if a student comes to us from outside of the Florida public education system, as in they've never been enrolled in a Florida public school, we handle their transcripts from wherever they're coming from at face value, and we verify those transcripts based on their performance in our schools. What we've done in the past is we have awarded students credits or units in middle school for things that they have missed, and we decided that statute doesn't tell us that we should award them units. It tells us that we should forgive them units. So it's a fine clarification, but essentially we're not awarding units for stuff students didn't earn with us in our schools, but we are forgiving them, say if they come to us in 6th grade and they are halfway through the semester and we know they need to start through semester 2. So that's just a clarification on how we handle paperwork. It doesn't functionally change what the students are doing, and it puts us in line with statute. Another frequent concern is what we do with our 8.5 students. We talked about having opportunities for them with 7-period day. One of the things we decided to do was to re-add a timeline as far as how long those students have, the students earning their units, but they're still stuck in middle school at the beginning of the year or the beginning of the semester. They're going to have 10 days to earn those required units to move on to high school. And then at second semester to move on to high school, they will need to have earned high school credits, a half credit each in their core classes of algebra, English, and environmental science, because that's what they would earn in the school. And that's a solution just to make sure that we are not setting up students to fail by moving them up mid-year and starting their counting clock of 4 years towards graduation a half a year behind. It also gives them something to work towards once they're still at that middle school and they are left there, but are able to earn units for high school, or credits for high school. Speaking of high school credit, we just removed some language that was unclear and not statutorily defined. Students enrolled and not in attendance for instruction for the minimum hourly requirements may not be awarded credit. We still have that, but it's outlined elsewhere. It's a student in attendance for fewer than 20 days does not have to receive a grade on the report card for that grading period, so that's when we would include an I grade, but we just didn't want to have that absolute there when that's not what we do in practice and not what statute tells us to do. A positive note is the state added the ability for us to add a seal of fine arts to students. It's a designation similar to the industry scholar or the seal of biliteracy, and it's students who have met the criteria of college level fine arts courses, volunteer hours. They have to participate in juried events. They have to create a portfolio, but they get that seal, which is a great diploma booster for them. A couple of other things. Our articulation agreement with the College of Central Florida, we just want to make sure it was clear that if the students had taken any course, including IB courses or Cambridge courses or AP courses, to cover their core English college credit, that they would be able to be exempted from that in their enrollment at CF. So that's outlined there. And then my last note is for Marion virtual school enrollments, and it's just a reminder to parents that if they want their school or their student on a standard schedule through Marion Virtual, they have to meet enrollment deadlines so that they can line up with testing and graduation dates and with enrollment at whatever future school they want to go to. So with that, our next step dates, again, like everybody else, we're waiting for the end of this legislative session to see what passes and what may or may not change. We have an additional work session after that if needed, and then our final public hearing is June 10th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Board, do you have any comments or concerns you'd like to ask? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Ingram, for your presentation. And as a board member of the Florida School Music Association, I'm grateful we are enshrining the Florida Seal of Fine Arts in our progression plan. So thank you.
Yeah, it's so cool. So happy that kids get that opportunity.
That is exciting. We are very appreciative. Yes, Dr. James.
Thank you. I just have 4 quick questions. I know we discussed this, I believe, last year with maybe a different set of emails, but on slide 4, we indicate 2 specific emails for individual people. If I remember correctly, Dr. Campbell and I both discussed the desire to have generic emails for departments that forward to individuals, because as individuals, I sure hope these 2 people spend until their last possible day working in public education with Marion County Public Schools. But in the effort that they were to leave in September and a parent goes to look at this, what then? And so I would be a big supporter of Mr. Benvenuti and our IT department creating standard emails. So like for this, it would be extracurricular activities at Marion, whatever. And just coming up with some standard emails that then can forward to whatever staff member. This is a unique example, but we've discussed it in other capacities throughout our progressive plan and probably our code of conduct as well. So I'm going to maintain that request. I think that would be helpful for all families for us to continue to have more productive communication. Because if a family goes here and they actually find this, which is already a pretty big feat, to find the progressive plan and find this, and then you email the person and it says this user is no longer available, it makes you just want to throw your computer. So that would be my request for that. Number 6, slide 6 rather. I really appreciate this transition to letter grades for elementary. My concern stems from how we will communicate it to families, because if you have a second grader who is I'm thinking of a few students I know specifically who are not achieving to standard, but maybe you have a really kind second grade teacher. And then that transition to third grade occurs, and as we are seeing, parents are shocked by, oh, what do you mean my kid is getting D's and F's, right? So how are we communicating not only to our primary families that there's going to be a transition, but how are we communicating to our primary educators? Because this is going to be a significant transition for primary educators who are check pluses or check minuses kinds of graders. As a primary educator myself, I receive primary grades home because I have a kindergartner and a second grader, and they get a lot of check pluses. Some of the stuff they do is graded, and more so in second grade, but kindergarten, all of it's pretty much a check plus. And so transitioning, I'm sure Chair Conrad knows, right? And so transitioning from a check plus kind of quick grading to now I'm going to have to put a numerical grade on things is going to be a practice transition for our primary educators that I'm hopeful we have a plan for how we're going to deliver that to them. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, and I can speak to, we plan to create a document for families to see that transition, how it takes place. But I think Jamie's going to speak to how we're going to translate that for teachers, or Ms. Riedel.
Yeah, that's okay. Here, go ahead. This is Jamie Brasington.
Good morning. Good morning. So this committee, we talked about some guidelines and giving teachers and administrators guidelines to transition and some recommendations for qualifying entries and how to grade all of the assignments that we put in our grade book.
Okay.
We probably will do that during District In-Service Day as we work with teachers and then throughout the year.
And they probably won't put everything in the grade book, right? The
Correct.
check pluses are just going to keep being check pluses and they're
Correct.
not gradable assignments.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that we do a thorough job of really priming up our educators and our families so that no one is shocked when their second graders all of a sudden failing second grade when they've really been an underachiever consistently, but now there's a C or a D or an F attached to it instead of just like a U or an N, right? So that's just my concern with that, and I just want to make sure we're doing a quality job with that. So slide 9 is my next question. So my question is, first, are the 8.5ers receiving these credits on Marion Virtual or Edgenuity?
That can be up to the school because they may have to pay for it differently with the site-based budgeting, but it's up to the school. But it is available for both.
Okay, so let's say that we have an 8th grader who doesn't have their units. They go to summer school or don't go to summer school, and they show back up on Denellen Middle School's campus next August. They have to finish their 8th grade units before they can start their high school units, or they can do them at the same time. Is that a correct statement?
At Dunellen Middle School, yes.
That's just an example, but.
They could potentially work on both. In our schools, because high school credit can work as a middle school unit, our schools do like to have students work in it if they have to do a wholly original course, because you can't, to do credit recovery, you have to have failed the course first. So a wholly original course, if they're starting from scratch missing something, they'd rather put them in 9th grade English so they can double dip with that.
Understood. So then, if the site doesn't have the funds for Edgenuity.
We have Edgenuity provided for them. That's going to be.
What costs money then? You said site-based budgeting.
Marion Virtual.
Marion Virtual. Yeah. So if it's the parent's preference, though, that their child do Marion Virtual, then what?
Then I think the site will probably let them do Marion Virtual.
Okay. And if the child does not finish the coursework by the 10th day of semester 2, then what?
Then they're going to be at the middle school earning hopefully high school units through Edgenuity, Marion Virtual, whatever avenue, or in courses.
Okay. And where is that child sitting all day while they're on Edgenuity?
So I can't speak to how the schools all schedule, but they do try to break it up and have electives and things like that. But there is usually a good bit amount of time in the Edgenuity classroom because of that.
Credit recovery lab, basically? Okay. So my primary concern is, and we've seen this historically, kids get sent up in spring break. I mean, I'm aware of a kid, Dr. Brewer and I have discussed this, it was about a year ago, like we're high. The kid showed up like after spring break as an 8.5er and didn't have even what they really needed at Lakeware High. And so again, they'd miss. So this is not bad. My concern though is the then what? Because we know there will be kids who do not get it done. And then what? And so I would just love to see maybe an additional statement or something that clarifies the then what, so that it is crystal clear to families. If your child does not get the credits outlined, then they will remain on middle school campus until the conclusion of that year. And then what? Then what if they don't get the credits at the end of that year? Do they then be an 8.5 again? Like, I would like it to be crystal clear so that we then as a board member can back up staff when they are following the progressive plan clearly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and because the reality is you can't move to high school until you get all those units. That's hard-coded in statutes.
Absolutely, and I fully support that. So I just want it to be very crystal clear so that no one is confused when their kid is not leaving the middle school campus because they haven't done what they're supposed to do. That's just my personal request, and maybe we don't move forward in that direction, but I would love to see it very crystal clear.
I can craft some language to add to this section, absolutely.
And then my last statement would be on slide 13. So this says students must adhere to district registration deadlines in order to qualify for full-time virtual. What if I'm expelled March 2nd and decide to do Marion virtual?
They're still able to do it. They just may not do the state testing. They're still eligible for the program, but it may not be the full, consistent program at that point.
Well, I think it needs to be clear, because what this says is students adhere to district registration deadlines. Students, to me, is all students. And so if we're making exceptions for classes of students or types of students, then we should have that very clear.
Students enrolling in full-time, yeah, we can add.
But those students who are expelled are enrolling in full-time virtual.
Yeah, true.
I mean, because they're expelled for a year, they're expelled for 12 months. So now, we may say this is not in your best interest, you should do Edgenuity or you should do this or that, because we all know how semester works with Marion Virtual. But if a parent decides to enroll in Marion Virtual full-time and start the semester over, they're enrolling whenever we expel their child from Marion County Public Schools. So I would just like that to be clear as well, because it seems like we're then excluding a class of students who would be eligible for use of the service. So those are just my statements. Other than that, I appreciate the work. And thank you guys for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Board members? Okay, I'll go. One, I want to say I really appreciate the way this presentation is laid out. It makes it very easy for me to see what the changes are, and how they affect the plan. So thank you for the way it's organized. And I just have one clarifying question. It is from slide 7, I believe. No, okay, yeah, it's slide 7, slide 6 in the presentation, but 7 online. So just, again, it's about the communication piece, and I know that it should be logical if this is the information, the way things are being worded from their FAST assessment, and it aligning with their report card, I think is fantastic. But just making sure that when that first report card goes out, that we have a letter of some kind of explanation, showing the equality of each piece. And so that would just be my request, so that, most parents are following along, but we have some that are not. And so when they don't see that A or that C, and they've got this different language placed there, I just would encourage, that would hopefully help clear up some confusion for our principals and our teachers as those come back with questions.
Yeah, we want to share out a one-pager that our schools can send out with that first report card to help parents understand, and maybe they could share it out back to school as well, so they know what they're seeing throughout the year.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Is there anything else from the board? Oh, yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thanks. What you shared just made me think of it, and also some previous comments. Most parents are not going to delve into the student progression plan. And the students that we're talking about, got into these situations for a reason. And so I 100% agree that any kind of one-pager, any kind of forward communication that is simple and direct, maybe starting in kindergarten, the best thing you can do is be a partner with us to ensure that your kid doesn't arrive at 8.5 and get stuck there, because there really aren't good solutions. There really isn't. I mean, I think to myself, taking high school courses when, let's face it, they didn't pass middle school for a reason, so they have all that lost knowledge, and do that in 10 days. If they were that motivated, they wouldn't be 8.5ers.
Yep.
So we just need to keep capturing these kids early, keep rocketing them up in kindergarten readiness and onward and so forth, so that these become just a very small handful of students in unique situations. There's been, masses of these kids, sadly, more and more, and we know that. So that's just some points I wanted to make. I think that the communication needs to start way earlier about, if you're missing 2 days of school, this is what it can transfer to by first grade, by second grade. Show the timeline and show the separation of what happens to your child. That's all I got.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. We sure do appreciate you.
Thank you, same.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any public comment?
I'm just asked to clarify, do you think we're going to need the second work session, or will we be able to go forward?
Depends on the legislator.
Board?
Yeah, it depends on legislation.
Yeah, it does depend on.
Depending on legislation? Okay. Right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, for clarity, Madam Chair, that's no unless there are changes with.
For legislation,
State.
yes.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask one more time. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Gullett, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're moving on to instructional materials today. So we have Ms. Riedel here with her team to kick off this discussion and presentation. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Today we present to you recommended instructional materials for adoption, and I would like to call up Bregan Hughes, Coordinator of Media-Related Instructional Services, to share the process and recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Riedel. Good morning, Chair Conrad, Superintendent Dr. Gullett, and board members. The 24-25 state adoption timeline for the first time included intervention materials for K-3 ELA and K-4 mathematics. These new intervention materials will be made available for the 25-26 school year to meet the needs of all of our students and teachers. The adoption process always begins with the call to publisher submissions. The call for publishers opened on January 6th. Publishers submitted responses and required documentation via Google Forms. The response from publishers was positive, and we have had many of the publishers that bid the state also bid for Marion County Public Schools. After the intent to adopt letters were sent out to publishers, district evaluation committees were formed to assist with the first phase of review. The district evaluation committee included personnel from elementary curriculum and instruction, ESE, ESOL, and technology. The review process of submitted proposals took place from January 22nd through February 19th. The district evaluation committees reviewed materials of all submitted proposals to ensure that the publishers selected followed both state and federal statute. The district evaluation team then convened, discussed findings using the core questions rubric provided by the state, and selected the top 3 choices for K-3 ELA and K-4 mathematics intervention materials, keeping in mind our teachers and students that will implement and use these programs in our classrooms. For K-3 ELA intervention materials, the district evaluation team selected Amira Learning, Edmentum Exact Path Reading, and Lexia Core 5. For K-4 mathematics intervention materials, the district evaluation committee selected Discovery Ed Dreambox, Edmentum Exact Path Mathematics, and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Florida Waggle Math. The review committee is made up of 12 members, and those members included community members. Community members are those that have been appointed by a school board member, and I appreciate your contributions you made to our committees. Parent members as well as teacher members complete a district application process. The timeline for adoption, which as you can see, a lot has passed, but our reviewers have had the opportunity to come and see the print resources that were made available for the purpose of review. Along with the print materials, all publishers also provided digital access information for both the student and teacher experience. Reviewers window opened on February 20th through March 28th. On March 27th, the Community and Administrator Review Evening took place. We collected recommendations and comments that were left, and that information was shared with the teacher, parent, and community committees during discussion before final votes were taken. On March 31st, the teacher, parent, and community committees met in person at MTI. These committees were broken down by subject area. During this discussion, committee members reviewed data collected from the core questions rubric provided by the state, as well as community and administrator notes and recommendations. When the discussion concluded, each committee member submitted a vote. The committee recommendation process begins with the review of the materials and feedback by the committee members. Committee members share feedback individually as well as a group for the review of the data and feedback collected. During this process, all stakeholders are invited to participate. From the vote, those recommendations are then provided to our superintendent, Dr. Gullett. Policy 2521 is the policy that allows the superintendent to make these recommendations. I'm excited to share that the recommendations of the superintendent are as follows. For K-3 ELA intervention materials, the recommended program is Lexia Core 5 reading, and the alternate program selected was Edmentum Exact Path reading. For K-4 mathematics intervention materials, the recommended program was HMH Waggle Math, and the alternate program selected is Edmentum Exact Path Math. The adoption process has many steps and takes several months. The next steps after today, community members will have access for 20 days of the recommended titles. This information will be posted to the MCPS homepage. On May 13th, there will be a public hearing for the 24-25 instructional materials for adoption. This will be public comment with no vote. On May 27th will be the vote. There will be 2 votes. Each subject has a single action line item. This will also open the formal 30-day objection window. On July 8th, with a hearing officer if needed. Otherwise, hearing none, after 30 days, ordering will begin, with the overall goal of having access to materials accessible for this first day of school. Public access to the recommended titles will be posted on the MCPS homepage today. On the MCPS homepage, the public will find the login information as well as login instructions for each of the recommended publishers. Materials are also available for review at the professional library located in Building 20. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Board, I'll open it up to you. Any questions or concerns? No, nothing. Anything down here? Okay, I just have a couple of quick clarifying things for you. On the timeline for the instructional materials, I think it's slide 11. We are preparing orders July 9th?
Yes.
Yes, so how does that look at our staff getting materials before school starts?
So luckily, each of the programs that moved forward were digital, so it won't be ordering of any physical materials, which I think is positive.
Okay.
And we already work with Lexia as well as HMH, so we have accessibility to their trainers already.
Okay. All right, and then my other question is, if you could remind me what remediation programs we're using now and how long we've been using them now that we're switching to something new.
Sure. I'm going to have Jamie come in.
All right, thank you, absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Good morning
So
again,
Lexia
yes.
is just going to be one of the programs that we use. We still will have multiple programs that we use because intervention, as you know, always we work with where the student's deficit is. So Lexia will be a part of the intervention continuums that we offer. We currently offer SIPs, and we've been using that for, I believe, 3 years. We currently use Lexia right now. We've been using that for 3 years. UFly Foundations we use as an intervention. And then in 4th and 5th grade, we use Read 180.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I would like to see, as we move forward in this discussion, data on how these programs have helped our students improve, so that we have some data to support investing in these systems.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all I have. Is anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our next item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Ayers is making his way to the podium to provide the annual report from our charter schools. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ayers.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Pastor Co-Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Attorney Powers. Today, the charter schools sponsored by the Marion County Public Schools will present their annual reports. This is a requirement of State Statute 1002.3, and State Statute also provides the requirements for the report. The reports, as well as the current demographics of the schools, were uploaded to Board Docs for your review. We have the...
We do not. We do not. The technology is down.
All right, so I know some of my charter schools had PowerPoints that were posted on the thing, so we're going to pivot and just do their presentations as they are. So at this time, I would like to introduce Ms. Michelle Axum. She's the principal of Marion Charter School.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board Chair, board members, Dr. Gullett, Ms.
Just one moment.
I'm able to access the PowerPoints from our
laptop
agenda on the individual laptops. We just can't, project it.
Right.
That would obviously make it difficult for her to present anything down there, but we're able to access it and see it. So I want to make sure you know that.
Yep, thank you. So we'll be following along on our laptop even though it's not up on the screen. So thank you for that. We'll let you get started.
All right, well, good morning, Board Chair Conrad, board members, Dr. Gullett, Ms. Gonzalez, Attorney Powers. We are Marion Charter School, home of the Sharks, and SHARKS stands for Smart, High-Achieving, Responsible, Kind Students. And this is our 24th year in operation, so in August we'll be in our 25th year. Our school mission is that we strive to guide students to be respectful citizens, successful problem solvers, and lifelong learners who value themselves and others. We celebrate diversity and we strive to instill integrity, compassion, and confidence in each and every child. And we give each child support and encouragement to become his or her own unique self. Currently, we have 224 students. As you see on our student population, we have a diverse population. And currently, 56% of our students are on free or reduced lunch. We have 12% ESE, almost 6% ELL, and almost 5% of our population is considered gifted. Our personnel data, we have 15 instructional units, that's 13 classrooms, a PE teacher, and our ESC gifted RTI teacher. All of our teachers but one hold a professional certification. One is finishing up their temporary certification. Our salary ranges varies from $27,000 to $96,000. We do provide basic health insurance to all of our employees, and we also, all of our employees are in the Florida retirement system. Currently, we own our own property. We are looking into getting funding for building a new school soon, so we're excited about that. Based on last year's audit, our audit showed our total expenses as being $2,400,000, and our revenues were $3,300,000, which resulted in an increase of $917,000. Currently, our property, including the land and the buildings that are on there, is currently valued at $1,479,882. For our instructional delivery method, we continue to implement a school-wide intervention block first thing in the morning from 8 o'clock to 8:30. During this time, our Tier 3 students go with a reading endorsed teacher. Our Tier 2 students receive their remediation interventions, and other students receive enrichment support. All students who are Tier 3, again, they go to our reading endorsed teacher. Currently, we have 8 reading endorsed teachers out of 13, so we're proud of that. And each grade level continues to share an aide who helps with remediation and enrichment support, as well as working with the teacher to provide daily academic instruction. Also, we provide a schedule that's designed so that each grade level has a consecutive hour of planning time every single day. And the teachers use this time for grade level meetings, data review, meetings with myself and the admin team regarding student growth, and for PMP meetings. If you look at our student achievement data, over the most recent 5 years, we are currently a B school. Our teachers work so hard with our students to make sure that they receive what they need to be successful. Looking at our 2024 and 25 current data, looking at STAR ELA, PM2 data, you can see that for kindergarten, first and second grade, we are right there with the district or above. And for STAR Math, K through 2, again, we are right there with the district or above. And then for our third, fourth, and fifth grade students for ELA PM2, for third, fourth, and fifth grade, we are currently above the district. And that is the same for third, fourth, and fifth grade Fast Math PM2 scores. For our district progress monitoring assessments, for DMPA 2, again, our third graders are above the district. Our fourth graders didn't have their information in time when I presented our PowerPoint, and our fifth grade is above the district. Our goals for this year is to continue working on closing the learning gaps, again, by providing daily remediation to all students in reading, math, and science. Again, both of our teachers and pairs work with our students to review and reteach key standards and lessons that were taught previously. We are continuing to ensure that all of our students are continuing to excel in all academic areas, and we're continuing to focus on increasing our overall reading and math scores, especially with our lowest 25 percentile students, as well as continuing to provide support to our fourth grade teachers who were new. We do have 8 teachers who tutor before and after school so that they can meet their struggling students' needs and receive extra support. So again, progress towards our goal. We are continuing to provide intense reading and math remediation and enrichment activities and opportunities to our students on a daily basis. We also provide our teachers and paraprofessionals with professional development opportunities through in-house and as well as the district and services. And we continue to implement STEAM activities into our daily lessons with great success. We continue to implement the state district assessments. We also use SuccessMaker and iReady assessment, and then we disseminate the data so that we continue to meet our students' academic needs. As we always say, the success of our school is like the three-legged table: our staff, students, parents, and families. So you see the PowerPoint of our staff. I cannot praise our staff enough. They play a vital role in our success. They work diligently to provide robust, hands-on learning experiences for our students. And then we have our students. Our students continue to work hard to achieve greatness. When they're faced with challenges, they work hard to overcome them. And we use a lot of cooperative learning opportunities throughout the day. And so there, you see a slide of our students who did a escape room, and they had to work together to solve those problems. And last, our parent support is so vital for our students' success. And we provide several opportunities for parents to come in and spend quality time doing educational activities with their students. One of them is literacy night, and what we do is around Dr. Seuss's birthday, each child gets an age-appropriate Dr. Seuss book, and that grade level does an activity where the parents come in the evening and the families do those activities together. And we have had such success, and the parents enjoy having that opportunity to come in and actually spend quality time with their students doing fun activities in the school setting. And so you see a couple of slides of the success that we have with that. And then we also have what we call Math Night at Publix. So thank you to Publix for allowing us to do that. And this is where families come in and they sign in and they get age-appropriate math questions, and they have to do a scavenger hunt throughout Publix to solve those math problems. And so the students get real-world knowledge and experience. So that was another activity that we had. And then last, we had the full steam ahead PowerPoint. Basically, I love going into the classrooms and seeing all of these activities that the students do. For example, in kindergarten, when they were doing force and motion, the students in kindergarten created an indoor putt-putt course, and so they were actually getting to build it and use it to reinforce force and motion. First grade, they had a pumpkin, and they scooped out the pumpkins and they counted the pumpkin seeds, and then what they did is after that, they took the pumpkin outside so that they could watch it decomposition of it, and then they actually see that now it's a new plant. And so they're out there each week using, measurements and all of their skills to look at their new plant. Third grade does what we call a book tasting, where they incorporate reading activities into a fun activity for their students. And then our fifth graders, they do their water bottle rocket launches every year. So again, we use a lot of STEAM activities here at our school. But I want to say thank you for letting us share our school with you today. You're always invited to come out and visit with our wonderful staff, students, and families. And I want to say thank you to the district for such a positive working relationship, because it truly takes a village to educate our students. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, Ms. Axum, your enthusiasm and love and passion for what you're doing really shines through when you're talking about the programs at your school. So thank you for what you do each and every day to lead your team to success. And with that, I'll open it up to the board. Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Good morning, Principal Axon, and it's just always a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations on your upcoming 25th anniversary.
Thank you.
Time does fly.
Yes, it does.
And I concur with Chairwoman Conrad. You come here every year and just prove all over again that you guys are out there just quietly doing a consistently great job. I'm sure the teachers appreciate having one consecutive hour of planning time every day. And then offering the before and after school tutoring and having that first thing in the morning block for the intervention and enrichment. It just seems like, you're in a great pattern, and your success is showing that. And it just also, I think, kind of goes to show that it's not about the one big grand intervention. It's about consistently doing the right work over time. So thank you for continuing to invest your time and your passion,
Thank you.
the partnership with us.
I appreciate it.
Board members? Oh, yes, Dr. Campbell.
Sure, I just wanted to say a picture paints 1,000 words, and I love the pictures you incorporated here. It's not so much that you just shared with us what each of the background of the pictures was, but to see the smiling faces, not only on the students and the teachers, but also the parents and the activities that they had the ability to participate in. So thank you so much, Ms. Axon. Always grateful to have you come and share the exciting things you have, and I can't wait for your groundbreaking whenever that comes. I'm sure you'll make sure all of us are invited.
Oh, yes, ma'am, definitely.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back, Mr. Ayers.
So next, I want to introduce Mr. David Friedlander. He's the principal of McIntosh Area School, and I know he has administrator and board members with him. And I'll let him do those introductions. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Gullett, members of the school board. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to present our annual report on McIntosh Area School. Throughout this year, we've continued to maintain our focus on the financial status of our school as far as our academic rigor and as far as our marketing strategies. So those are the three focuses we have presented to you, and we'll just highlight some of those things that we've done this year. I'd like to introduce Mrs. Colleen Beals, who's our curriculum coordinator with the school, as well as Mr. Jonathan Ward, who is one of our board members. This year, we implemented strategic cost-cutting measures and restructured educational resources to maintain a quality academic and social learning environment without increasing costs. We recognize the area is that we're in, and therefore we have to take those steps in order to maintain fiscal responsibility. However, we certainly do not want to compromise our educational responsibilities to our students and our families. We reduced expenses while maintaining competitive salaries, expertise, benefits, and standards of our staff. Our current enrollment is 44, which has increased from the previous 2 years. However, our goal still remains to return back to the baseline of 65, which was done prior to COVID. Our VPK program is in its second year and is highly successful. 88% of our current VPK students have already registered for our kindergarten program for the 25-26 school year, and the Early Learning Coalition partnership that we've established has been wonderful, but also been a big boon to our marketing strategies up in the northern region of the county. As far as our academic rigor focus, that remains one of our highest priorities, while also providing an enriching collaborative learning experience that requires our students to be challenged based on their individual abilities and needs. We intend to achieve a school grade of a C this year, and this stems from evaluating current student performance upon enrolling new to McIntosh Area School, combined with those students that are returning to us. And this year's data, as well as learning gains in the overall scoring calculations. Moving forward, over the next 2 years, we strive to achieve that A for the 26-27 school year. Our academic performance and growth data so far indicates school-wide academic gains, reinforcing our departmentalization and co-teaching structures we've implemented. We continue our after-school tutoring sessions for students who require additional academic intervention and support. We monitor our kindergarten, first, and second grade progress, and they continue to follow an upward trend using data collection from STAR and Progress Learning. Grades 3 through 5 with data denotes similar upward trends and learning gains. As they continue to work with our McIntosh model, students will have domains scaffolded, strengthening their skills. For our first goal was for 50% of our K through 2 students to achieve a score of 50th percentile at least or higher on the STAR Early Lit reading and math. Currently, students in K through 2, based on the latest Star Reading Early Lit assessment, depicts 45% of students scoring in that 50th percentile or higher. Additionally, students in our K through 2 program, based on the latest STAR math assessments, have depicted 48% of our students progressing in a positive trend with a high likelihood of meeting the projected level of 50% of students in grades K through 2 scoring in the 50% or higher. Students in our grades 3 through 5 are working towards their goals, demonstrating a high likelihood that 38% or more will achieve a level 3 or higher, and 45% of eligible students obtaining a learning gain. With our VPK children, they come in and they have mastered already the Marion County STAR Early Literacy Assessment benchmark. And we anticipate by the end of the school year, VPK students will have mastered the necessary pre-kindergarten skills and will be ready to enter kindergarten in August of 2025. We are promoting our K through 5 school program within our VPK program and are including all families with opportunities to participate in school and community-based events. We are developing joint activities that will provide a smooth transition between our K through 5 and our VPK programs. As part of our Title I family engagement component, McIntosh has strengthened communication by providing parents both physical and virtual opportunities to conference with their teachers and to obtain information about their child. In addition, we provide our parents with individual conferences to review their child's academic performance and growth for PM1 and PM2 data assessments to make sure that they fully understand where their child is and where their learning gains are and what areas we can help supporting them at home. Surveys have been sent out to our parents to solicit their input on establishing various after-school programs, as well as in addition to our existing aftercare program that broadens their children's overall academic and cultural experience beyond the academic day. In addition, for some of these retention, recruitment, and marketing goals, we have increased our after-school tutoring sessions for students who require additional academic intervention and support, and we continue to enhance our website and social media platforms to extend our marketing campaign and provide easier access and detailed information to existing and potential new families. As many of you know, where we are located, it's a very rural, and in some cases, technology lacking location. But we are doing our best to make sure that all our families and the community understands and is aware, fully aware where McIntosh is, as well as what McIntosh does to support the community. We continue to operate our Runners Club program, which meets weekly to provide all interested students the opportunity to engage in an organized outdoor fitness activity. Parent volunteers and our board members assist with this after-school activity. We continue to offer an after-school art club, which meets 1 day a week and is a very popular activity with children at all grade levels. We continue to operate our aftercare program that provides our working families with a safe and nurturing after-school option, USDA-approved snack, and guided homework time if needed. In addition, as far as our building relationships with our community, McIntosh continues to collaborate with the town of McIntosh and the McIntosh Seedling and Garden Club, and participating in a variety of community activities and events. This relationship has only strengthened over the last several years and has been promoted within McIntosh and is supported widely throughout the community. We are developing in the process now the nature, where we are located. We have 10 acres of land behind our school, which we now have, through the help of the McIntosh Garden Seedling Club, have developed that into a nature trail, not just for the school, but also for the community. So we promote that. And this year, as a new adventure, we always try to do something new for the students and for the community. We established a partnership with the Boy Scouts of America and formed a Cub Scout pack for boys and girls in kindergarten through 5th grade up at the school. This group meets weekly at McIntosh and is open to all children living in this area, not just the school students, but also any student that's interested, that's eligible, boy or girl, that's interested in this type of activity. The interest is there, and certainly as a new program, we have tried to provide, meet the needs of what community is seeking. We continue to work with our local churches in our effort to recruit new students and promote awareness of our school. Each of these marketing activities has helped to improve community awareness and to encourage parents to enroll their child into their neighborhood school. Some of the plans for enrollment, to increase enrollment, and realizing that this is not an easy challenge, we have successfully operated our second year of our VPK program this year and continue to be listed as a VPK provider on the Early Learning Coalition website, which brings attention to our school. This program has definitely lived up to the expectations as a feeder program for new kindergarten students, as well as promoting our school programs and enhancing our marketing and recruitment efforts within the community. We definitely intend to improve our student performance and proficiency ratings in order to achieve a collective school grade of at least a C. We are currently planning for our third summer enrichment program that offers enrichment activities for students geared towards topics not traditionally offered during the school year. We will continue to explore the resources and options to establish transportation for our students. As you know, transportation has been a very big obstacle and challenge for us and for our families up in that area, but we haven't given up hope, or nor have we given up the effort to try to do that. We continue to pursue new strategies to promote our school throughout the surrounding communities, recruit new students. In summary, I just want to highlight, as you can see from what we've mentioned in the report, every stakeholder of the McIntosh area school community, including the board, administration, staff, families, and community members, remain 100% committed and invested into the future growth and success of McIntosh Area School. We will continue to be a contributing asset and active participant with the community and continue to provide a service to our families in the northern portion of Marion County. With that, I want to thank you for the opportunity and open it up to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Board, I'll open it up to you for a conversation and questions. Nothing? Dr. Campbell? Nothing? Okay, yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming again today and providing the presentation. And I continue to agree with you that my hope and along with your intention and hope is to somehow be able to get transportation. I think that that's a barrier that you've obviously heard that we struggle with. It's just the size of our county and accessibility. And also as well, I continue to believe that these smaller micro-type schools do really fill a need. And I appreciate the hard work that it takes to keep your school open and get the grades and everything that's required to stay solvent and successful. So I wish you the best.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I too, I appreciate your presentation this morning. I'm excited to hear about all of your partnerships within your community and the churches. That's exciting to me, and I hope they help you move your program forward. So if there are no further questions from the board or comments, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, hold on. Reverend Cummings is going to.
I just need them to look at their data again at number 5, student achievement data. They do have an error there that they need to correct before it goes any further on the year, that year after COVID.
Which one was it?
Student achievement data. 5. You have an error there on that year after 2019-2020. Look at that. It says 2010-2021.
Oh.
Please don't send that up.
Right here.
At least that's
Yep.
we
see it.
An easy correction, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good eye.
Appreciate it.
Good eye, Reverend Cummings. Thank you very much. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Ayers, we'll turn it back over to you.
I'll work with Mr. Friedlander to get that updated, and we'll update it back. All right, next, I would like to introduce Ms. Vanessa Baxley. She's the principal of Ina A. Colon Academy.
Good morning, Ms. Baxley.
Good morning, Dr. Gullett, Chair Conrad, and Marion County Public School Board. It gives me a great pleasure to be representing Ina A. Colon Academy as we are wrapping up year 3. Wow, a year has gone very quickly. It seems like I was just standing here, and we are still in many ways feeling very new, but that family and community atmosphere of our school is definitely sinking in. So excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Again, I think that you can follow along. Hopefully you can see our PowerPoint. And our vision at Ina A. Colon Academy is to educate the hearts and minds of students and families in an environment where everyone belongs, works together, and thrives. We are really focused on building a community amongst our campus. And that's not just with our students and our staff, but with our families and our community members. We invite community members into campus all the time. So as much as we love to expose our students to what's going on outside of the walls of the school through field trips and activities, we really welcome people to come in and visit our campus, and I invite each of you to visit soon if you would like. Our mission is to cultivate passionate learners in an inclusive school community in which individuality and diversity are valued and students develop understanding and empathy for others through collaborative and active learning. I will talk a little bit about our project-based learning focus and, of course, our social and emotional learning that we are continuing to improve upon each and every year because we feel like that is so important for students of all ages. The next slide shows our growth since year 1. Year 1, we began in 2022 with 214 students opening with a K to 6th grade. Year 2, we rolled those students up to 7th grade with 436 students. And this year, we are at our cap for grade levels, K to 8th grade, with 546 students. Our projections for next year are growing to 582 students, growing in 2 grade levels, and we currently have 785 students on our waiting list for the 25-26 school year. Our motto is sharp minds, kind hearts, and I've provided a couple of snapshots of our students because that's our reminder for what we do each and every day. Getting out on that campus and seeing what's happening in the classrooms and in our common learning spaces is what keeps us going. You can see our core values include inclusiveness, family involvement, constructivist approach, and social responsibility. Our project-based learning is really taking off, and that is something that not every teacher has had training in. So we've made a commitment to that professional development slowly each year so teachers didn't feel overwhelmed, but it's not exactly the what they're presenting, it's the how, and we are helping them with that professional development. Groups of our grade levels have been working collaboratively to do presentations to the staff, and next year we will have very specific project-based learning goals within each classroom. After evaluating our data, especially after PM2, we address student needs in a number of different ways. We have MTSS. We do have one-to-one devices for 1st through 8th grade. We have ESE support facilitation for all grade levels, small group facilitation, curriculum support and interventions, using benchmark data from assessments to create student learning goals, individual, small group, and class. After-school tutoring with our teachers, which has shown very successfully, and our volunteers. We are proud that for the 2nd year in a row, we received a grade of an A for our school, and we are continuing development of our team and our staff. That is the reason that this is possible. Our teachers are incredibly dedicated, creative, and hardworking. And as we've grown, we've had more opportunities for collaboration in grade levels and across grade levels. We are committed to that collaborative planning time for our teachers, so we structure our schedule so that they have time to talk about their grade level goals. Taking a look at our testing, first, our STAR testing for grades K through 2. You can see this year's percentages in our STAR early literacy for levels 3, 4, and 5. We had a 20% improvement from PM1 to PM2 for those students scoring 3 to 5. For STAR reading, we had 15% growth for levels 3 through 5, and for our STAR math, we had 26% growth for those students scoring level 3, 4, or 5. Our FAST scores, I included last year's scores since we were able to include PM3, and you can see the incredible growth from PM2 to PM3 for our students last school year. So we are looking at those gains again for PM3 this year. Our PM1 to PM2, you can see that for reading grade levels 3 through 8, we had a 14% increase, and for math, we had a 25% increase for level 3 or higher. We are focused on whole student development, and that means including activities outside of the classroom as well. It's been great because so many of our staff members have stepped up to offer instead of being asked to volunteer, but to offer, to participate, and to host after-school programs and learning opportunities for our students. So I wanted to highlight some of those. In the area of student life, we have student ambassadors for our 7th and 8th graders this year. We have safety patrols like many schools, and that is a great leadership opportunity, one of those first leadership opportunities for students. Happy to continue our show choir. We continue to grow a little bit in athletics with basketball, flag football, cheer, and this year we had a volleyball club, and we're hoping to be competitive in that area next year, participating with Marion County Public Middle Schools. We have an after-school book club for our 3rd graders, which one of our teachers stepped up and was excited to host, and that's been very successful. New to us this year, we had our inaugural spelling bee, which was a lot of fun, and one of my favorite moments was one of the students who didn't win in his class and did not participate in the spelling bee, but came up to me last week and said, "Please, Miss Baxley, can we please have the spelling bee again?" So I think he has a summer goal of working on his words, and I really love that. We have, for our middle school, Future Farmers of America, which has one of our students going to compete at the regional level for public speaking. We added our National Junior Honor Society since we are up through 8th grade now. We have middle school band. That was something that we were able to offer as an elective for our students, but it's also an after-school activity, and they will be having their spring concert on May 5th. We added American Sign Language Club, and it was very popular. An after-school activity. We had to offer 2 sections of it because so many students wanted to participate. We added the Bass Fishing Club, which is a lot of fun, and they're just learning, but there are competitions available for the future. And we have an acting class that we were just hoping we added to our schedule this year. It was a student-initiated request that we have that class, and we had no idea that they would really be able to pull together a performance this year, but they did. And so in December, we had the first semester performance, and in the spring, we will be having a performance at the end of this semester. So that was something very exciting. Our students have received the Daughters of the American Revolution Citizenship and Essay Awards this year, which was exciting. And we have that great opportunity to collaborate with fans. They have supported our garden beds and our new greenhouse on campus with the addition of agriculture as a middle school elective. It's thriving. So that's something that we are excited and hoping to grow in that area. Middle school growth, adding 8th grade this year, has been a pretty big deal for us. We created a 7-period schedule to include all core classes plus electives and advanced classes. We are creating important development opportunities for students. Student input in growing electives is very important. Last year, we polled our students, and their top 2 electives were agriculture and acting. And I'm so delighted to say you can't always find the right staff members to teach the right things. Agriculture was our first hire for this school year, and she's doing a phenomenal job of growing that program. And we had a teacher who amazingly, incredibly trained in English, history, but also acting. And so we were excited to be able to offer our students their first 2 choices. They're very successful electives for us. Our high school preview sessions with local Marion County Public Schools has given us an opportunity to expose our 8th graders to what our community has to offer for them. Our students have been on tours of different high school campuses, and we've invited different high schools in to share their programs with our students. We are offering the PSAT to our 8th graders next week, and we're really excited to have the opportunity to give them some information about their preparedness for high school and areas of focus for them. Our 8th grade honor classes that we are offering for high school credit include English 1, Algebra 1, Physical Science Honors, Spanish, and next year we will be offering Agri-Science Foundations. The last slide there, you can see, again, sharp minds, kind hearts, and you might even see Dr. Allison Campbell, who came to speak to our student ambassadors about what it's like to represent and communicate on behalf of an organization. So thank you so much for visiting with our students that day. You offered a lot of great information, and I thought they had a lot of great questions to ask, and I think it really helped them understand what you do as a board. So it was very informational for them as well.
Okay.
Do you have
All
any
right,
questions?
thank you very much. I have to say, I'm feeling a little tired just listening to all the opportunities that the students have at your school. And so with that, I'll open it up to the board for any comments. Anyone? Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Sure. And thank you, Ms. Baxley, for your presentation. And it's always a pleasure to be with your students and be at your school. There are great things happening at INA Colon, and just appreciate the partnership. I had someone tell me recently, you know, all of the charter schools that are here today, if you didn't exist, then we would have to be finding more places to put students that we don't currently have available at all. So grateful for the partnership that this school, relatively new to our community, has been able to offer for students, and just continued success.
All right, thank you, Dr. Campbell. Anything else? Yes, Board Member Thrower.
I just want to make sure I heard you right. First, thank you for the great presentation, and it really sounds like INA Colon is firing on all cylinders and just growing and very innovative. Did I hear you say that there's almost 800 students on your waiting list?
That is correct.
Gosh, isn't that a testament to success?
We are grateful. We are grateful for your support. We're grateful for the community support. And I have to give all the credit to our staff and our teachers. They show up every day to work hard. They're truly committed. We are grateful for their work. They're tireless, and we just appreciate it. So we're grateful to be here in a growing part of the community.
Well, we are grateful to have you, and I heard loud and clear about your student ambassadors, and it just got me thinking that, you know, we have our student board representatives, which I'm sure Board Member Campbell shared with the kids, and we have so many wonderful middle schoolers that definitely have the maturity and the vast intelligence to be able to take in what we do up here. So I'm just glad that that's being conveyed, you know, to the lower grades, and of course it has me thinking, how could we incorporate some of them up here, because that civic responsibility, the earlier it starts, the better it is. So
I would love to send some your way. I welcome you to come out for a visit. It doesn't even need to be a scheduled tour. We're doing great things every day, so I welcome you out to introduce you to our students in our classrooms. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, our last 2 charter schools are Ocala Charter Middle and Ocala Charter High. At this time, I'm going to introduce Ms. T.C. Matthews. She's the Executive Director over Ocala Charter Middle and High, and she'll introduce her 2 principals to do their presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers.
Good
Chairperson
morning.
Conrad, good morning. Board members, Superintendent Gullett, always a pleasure to be in front of you and to share with you the great things that are happening at Ocala. You've already heard from me this year, so I thought it would be really important to bring in front of you our academic and instructional leaders from each school. Ocala Charter Middle School has been in existence over 10 years now, and it is a very special place to be. So as we look at growth and what we're doing within that school, Mr. Post, the principal at Ocala Charter Middle, and myself, we're at the point now where we're tweaking it to make it even better. And one of the things that we focus on is to ensure that when our teachers arrive every day, they're happy to be at work, because happy teachers create successful students. And that is to the credit of Mr. Post as well as his administrative team and the wonderful staff that we have at Ocala Charter Middle. So today he's going to share with you a lot of the tweaking that we have begun to do to make Ocala Charter Middle School even better. Mr. Post.
Good morning,
Morning.
Chair Conrad, the school board, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. Thank you for having me here this morning. It's a pleasure to come and talk to you about the great things that our team is doing. And when I say team, I mean both instructional team and non-instructional team. They are tireless, they are relentless, and they're touching the lives of all our students every single day. And I have to give credit to them, and I appreciate them dearly. So as you can look at the data, our year-to-year progress, we've been a C for the last 7 years. We've been consistent, C for consistency, but we're working so hard to achieve that B, and each year we've been making tweaks and changes to try to get to that next level, possibly a B or an A. And what the C's don't communicate are the progress that we've made in proficiency, and you can see those numbers right in front of you. Especially what I'm very proud of is the bottom quartile percents and the learning gains that our bottom quartile have made, which is significant. Yes, we want proficiency, that's always the goal, but really when you have students, about 50% of our population that enroll come in as non-proficient or not on grade level. So really the goal is growth, and eventually growth will lead to that proficiency. But the data also shows that if you look at our science, it is probably the area that we struggle with the most. Even though we've made a 16% gain in proficiency in science, it is a struggle. Finding and hiring a certified science teacher has become, as you all probably know, increasingly difficult. And this year, we did accomplish that, but as I will discuss, there were some definitely challenges. So our first goal was to improve the mastery of the science standards. And the way we did that is, well, everyone in one form or another teaches science, whether it's using science vocabulary within the classroom, whether it's teaching them how to read graphs, because so much of that science NGSSS is how to read the information that they give you. And that's what our students struggle with. They don't know how to read graphs, or they don't want to. So pointing that out in every single class has been a mission for every single teacher that teaches at our school. We also have a research class, and the teacher in that research class collaborates with the science teachers, and they look at which standards the majority of the student population did not master or struggle with. And she goes back and finds ways to, even going back to the 6th and 7th grade standards, because after all, the assessment tests all 3 years. And so much of that information gets lost, and students forget, amnesia, and so they go back and they look at those standards, and she finds interactive, engaging, hands-on ways to reinforce or review those standards that the students struggle with. We do utilize Science IXL because there's a great instructional component to that. and our goal was to hire a certified science teacher. We already have one. We wanted a second one for that 7th and 8th grade group. So working towards that, we're starting to see improvements in mastering those standards, and we did acquire a certified science teacher, but they relocated in January. So we're now once again looking for a competent certified science teacher. We have one, but we need two. Okay, our second goal actually was, I had this goal last year as well, but it was such a relevant goal, and that's in increasing, through every progress monitoring, increasing proficiency by 10% in each grade level and for math and ELA. And the way we did that is we made a deliberate effort to look at how are our students learning. Some of the students are auditory learners, some of them are visual learners, anywhere between intra and interpersonal learning preferences. Not everyone wants to work in a group. Some kids excel in a group. So our teachers are really differentiating their classrooms so that those students can learn in the way that they best can. We still have intensive reading and fundamental math. Last year I shared with you that I made the decision, the administrative team made the decision that every student on our campus will take fundamental math, not just our non-proficient students. And the reason being that we noticed that even our Algebra 1 and honors students still struggle with basic math concepts. It just happens. They're used to doing such high-level math that they forget the basics. And we continue doing that this year, but this time we also tripled down on math because we felt that the math exposure is essential. When most of the school days focused on reading and math is only a 50-minute period, we felt that we needed to work with math a little bit more. So in our critical thinking class, we have an emphasis on financial literacy where we're actually focusing on math applications through finances. And though it doesn't cover every math standard, it definitely reinforces their mathematical thinking to see those numbers in a real-world setting. Okay. The other thing that we've been doing is, and we continue to do, is reinforce and incentivize all fast math learning gains within the progress monitoring. There's a huge motivation piece. I know that there are students out there that can demonstrate mastery, but they just don't feel like it. So providing incentives is key. The other thing is letting them understand what these numbers mean. We keep throwing out numbers. You have a 2, you have a 3, you have a 4. We actually did an entire instructional workshop where they looked at the scale scores so they understood, wait, if I get 2 more points, I'm a 3, I don't have to take intensive reading anymore. So letting them understand what those numbers mean and how close they really are to achieving those goals has given students the ownership. Yes, my exceptional team is guiding them to that, but letting students own their own numbers is really essential for them to even caring. And as you can see through the slides, out of 6 categories, we've made gains in the 10% goal gains in 4 out of the 6. I do want to highlight, though, the 8th grade math, that group, that percentage is extremely low, but that is because that is our non-proficient group of 8th graders, because all of our level 3s, 4s, and 5s are in algebra or geometry. So we're working at that. I really believe, again, that this is a motivation issue. I don't believe that there are 3 kids that are, at this point, non-proficient. So, I mean, time will tell in the next few weeks when we take the next assessment. So, the third goal, and probably the one that I'm most proud of, is our shift in school culture. Because everything that I've listed now and everything that we'll mention, everything ties to culture. Because if students don't like their environment, they don't like their school, they're not going to be as receptive to learn. And we've done a couple of things, and they may seem elementary, but we've learned quickly that students are receptive to them. We started our SOAR tickets. Our expectations are to be safe, organized, attentive, respectful, and when students demonstrate those characteristics, they get a ticket and they get their picture taken. And we put that in one of the slides. It actually shows that we put that ticket wall up on the board, and they're proud of that. And initially, I didn't think they would be, but it has been a hot item. They want their SOAR ticket. They get some kind of extrinsic reward, whether it's a bag of chips or a mini Gatorade, and it's something that students are taking well. We've also, for the first time, started Club Day on our early release days, and Club Day comes with a caveat. That caveat is that you must be current with all of your assignments and you cannot be failing any class. And what that did was, over time, it didn't happen the first quarter, but we noticed with each quarter, students were more current with their assignments. And students, we have less and less Fs. By quarter 3, we had probably half the Fs that we normally would have. And that's because the reputation and the excitement of Club Day has kind of trickled through the whole campus. People like taking part of chess club, no bake club, graphic design club, world culture, math, art, and photography club. So everyone wanted to be a part of that, and our numbers in Fs are being reduced. Our course failures are going down, which also means that those students that need credit recovery at the end of the year will be far less than what we had before. Monthly Student of the Award recognition. I know that was also an elementary thing, but Student of the Month, it has been a hot item. And again, they've received those for demonstrating good character traits. We also have other social events. I mean, we have not had a school dance since COVID. And we were at capacity. And that was amazing. And again, it was tied to behavior and academics. We are a uniform school, so a carrot is having a no uniform pass. Again, motivating students to make good choices. We know that making good choices and being at school directly impacts learning. If you actually look at the data, first of all, our attendance rate for Wednesdays has gone up, which is great, and that's partly due to the opportunities that we're giving them. But it also, the overall attendance has gone up 2.5% year to date. But if you look at the discipline data, that has really been the most impactful. Our referrals are down 155 for the year, 88 for semester 1, and currently 67 for semester 2. If you're not at school, you can't learn. If you're misbehaving and you wind up getting yourself in trouble, and you wind up being in the student services manager's office, then you're not in the classroom learning. So reducing these numbers and increasing attendance is key to moving our school. And with all the upward trend in data that we have, I just feel that the team has done an exceptional job, and we were going to continue flourishing and serving this community, of course, with your support, which is greatly appreciated. That's all.
Thank you. What a great presentation. Board, I'll open it up for comments. Yes, Dr. James?
Just one. Do you guys have the numbers on how many of your students are doing a bit of a direct connect from the middle school to a Cali Charter High? Is there a pretty good flow from your 8th grade up, or is there an
You have the numbers.
I have he's like, where's she at? About 38% at this point in time.
Okay.
And to be honest, Dr. James, we understand and believe with all our heart that the Marion County School District is doing an exceptional job with high schools. And so we believe there is a population of our middle school students who will be very well served at the traditional high schools. Yes. But we also feel that there's a population of our middle school students who, quite honestly, are going to excel more in a small learning community where they can get that individualized attention that O'Callaghan High can do. So at this point in time, we're pushing 40%.
Okay. That was more of an inquiry than anything else, just kind of curious minds. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job serving middle school, which is just, I mean, when you find someone who enjoys middle school, and we've talked about this, they're like a gem. You're like, man, you can't ever leave middle school, because middle school is such a unique time for students and adults, and it's not an easy job, and you guys are really making it look easy. So keep up the good work.
One thing that he did not share, that if I may, there have been several awards this year that have been awarded to our middle school students. We did receive first, second, and third place from DAR. I'm doing this from memory, so forgive me. What it means to be an American, I think, is what it was. And so that was to our middle school students. Our financial literacy program had first place in was it a statewide poster contest? And so it's so exciting to see our students really kind of stretching out and having the opportunities to show what they're learning. And so I'll brag on you guys a little bit for that.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
Good job.
You're doing a great job. Yeah.
My final thought would be, what you all are offering is so unique and needed. I would love for you guys to eventually find yourself in a single standing building where you're able to really, because the way you do it with such grace, but the way you have to navigate class change and just all of it, and car line, you're just doing such a wonderful job, and being in a freestanding building, being able to serve your families, I just feel like it would, if there was a room to excel, that's what it would allow. So I felt compelled to share that little thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Thorpe.
Thank you. And speaking of brag alerts, I think you guys got an attendance award as well, did you?
We did in the first quarter, yes.
Yes.
Big banner.
Yep.
Big banner.
It was great to get that recognition, because we work hard to try to get parents to understand that you need to bring your child to school. So it's
Foundational.
absolutely.
Thank you. Really appreciate, and I'm very grateful for what you do.
Thank you.
Dr. Campbell?
I just echo the sentiments that you've heard thus far. Thank you, Mr. Post. Thank you, Ms. Matthews, for the wonderful presentation. I absolutely appreciate the model that you are offering. And as I said previously, with other charter schools, we don't have room for the folks that we would need to take in if you were not offering what you do. So, and certainly look forward to the day that you might be able to be in a different space to be a bit more conducive to what I know you all want to accomplish, and you're already accomplishing so much in the space that you're in. So thank you again to all your work that you guys are doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
And I just reiterate that, but I want to tell you, I did love when you made the statement about reviewing the student scores and sharing with them, you only have to get 2 more questions, to make that bump up to the next level is just so exciting. And that realization that you've been pounding in there, all year, where the students kind of get the aha, we're getting close, and they're making progress. So I really love that part of giving the students the power, empowering them, to move forward and understand their progress. So thank you. We appreciate the presentation, and you're staying with us for the next portion? Or is this it? Do you have another piece?
Leaving. I'm staying.
Okay, you're staying. All right, thank you. And Board, my plan is that we'll take a break after this presentation.
Perfect. As you can see, the middle school is to a point now where we're really focusing and hounding in on that which is good, right? We're focusing on the positives, and we're building that positive energy behind the school. One of the things I always like to share with you guys are people through your organization who have represented you so well. And so if you would allow me that moment before I introduce our high school principal, because you really have some exceptional team members who show us what exceptionality, or not exceptionality, but exceptional work ethic and the willingness to give and to support is. And that is, without a doubt, your Safe Schools team. They have really stepped up, and they are really giving everything they've got, and we are part, we're never looked at as an added piece, we're always looked at as an equal because we're a place that is educating children of Marion County. So I just want to thank Dennis McFadden, and there he is, and his entire team, and I'm sure the other charter schools feel the exact same way. We're just grateful. Cynthia Barnes, Corey Taylor, Kenny Singletary, and Larry Delk, they've done a really lovely job, and they represent each and every one of you every single day when they go out into our schools to make our schools a safer place. So that's my thank you for this year. With that, though, the tweaks that are happening at the middle school, it's a little different at the high school. We're building at the high school, and it's exciting every single day to go and watch these students be an integral part of the building of what is yet to come when it comes to Ocala Charter High School. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you to the principal of Ocala Charter High School, Miss Elizabeth Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning.
School Board Chairman, Vice Chair, members, and Superintendent. Let me welcome you to Ocala Charter High School, where every day our mission is to build relationships and break down barriers so that all students can succeed. You'll notice in our packet, and I will just quickly go through our slide presentation, that we will be talking about our academic progress as well as our school culture, which we are still building in year 2. So we have only been open, this is our second year as the Ocala Charter High School Eagles. We currently have 8 instructional staff, 3 support staff, 1 guidance counselor, 1 dean of students, and of course the principal, me. And I'm very blessed to be the principal. You will notice that our first school grade last year was a D. We decided to determine that as our baseline data that we only go up from. And so we know after that school grade and kind of the wonkiness of the math that goes into our formula for school grade as a new school that did not have a graduating class for graduation rate or acceleration, did not receive points for our lowest 25% learning gains, and did not receive any proficiency points for U.S. history last year. The math formula is very different from your traditional high schools that had a full house. In a few moments, we'll go over what components we will receive this year. So as we are reaching towards our 10% increase in reading and math scores, we have quite a few strategies that we are following, and these are on a daily basis. This is not hit or miss. This is who and what we are when we walk through the door every morning ready to serve our students. The cross-curricular collaboration between our English Language Arts department and reading departments is literally daily. I moved classrooms for proximity use so that conversations can even happen spontaneously in between classroom settings whenever we are in transition changes. So all of those departments are now in one hallway and they meet specifically. We go student by student with the latest data. Most of that obviously is the progress monitoring data or the DPMA data, but we also look at daily data and we line up our lesson plans as well so that we are teaching the same strategies across the board between reading and ELA. We have a whole school buy-in for growth. In fact, every day you will see, if you walked into the school right now, you would see a big piece of paper on every student, on every teacher's door that says 100%. We are all in for growth, and that is our laser focus. They will come in, they see that on their door, they remember that today we are 100% growing our Eagles towards academic success and post-secondary readiness. Highly qualified veteran teachers in reading, math, and ELA. Our teachers in all 3 of those classrooms do have a significant amount of experience, not only with teaching, but with teaching the concepts necessary for post-secondary readiness as well as state assessment preparedness. We have monthly whole staff data digs that are focused on growth of all of our subgroups. We just had one yesterday afternoon during our early release time. We literally get together as a staff and we go student by student. It is one of the luxuries of having a small school. And we talk about where they are performing, where they still need improvement, and what they have not achieved yet. We subscribe to the concept of yet. We do not believe that they will not achieve it. We believe that they need the support to get there, and we are close to that mark.
We also implemented this year an Adopt a Student program. I have had this program before in other high schools that I have served as principal. In that particular venue, we were only able to target our lowest 25% because of our small school student body. Every student on our campus has been adopted by an adult on campus. They have daily check-ins with that adult, motivational sayings, even a candy bar here and there, quite frankly, and that is their adult to go to on our campus so that they know that they have a champion every day on that campus that is 100% there for whatever they may need. And then we have a school-wide focus on test-taking strategies and casually surveying our students after PM1. Several of the students said, if I could just learn how to take the test, I have the knowledge to pass it. And we have heard that cry from many of our students. So we have implemented a school-wide test-taking strategy. We have one skill that is implemented in every classroom, including PE, across the board per week or 2-week period. And we have our beginning bell ringer, our starting of class that is focused 100% on that test-taking strategy so that all students are hearing it repetitively and are gaining that knowledge. You then see some of our data coming in for our ELA 9 and 10, PM1 and PM2s. Obviously, 10th grade is a major focus for us. This is a time that our denominator kind of works against us, I'll be honest. 10th grade is our smallest population class right now. So as opposed to a larger school, if you have a certain number of students that do not do well that particular day on the test, you may see some wavering in percentages. With our number, you have one student that doesn't do well that day on the test, and you do see a significant drop. While that number works in our favor for serving our students, sometimes the math is not in our favor with that, hence us not receiving any proficiency points for U.S. history last year. We had 9 students. You must have 10. And so we did not receive that achievement from them. We celebrated with them personally, but it did not go towards our school grade. You will also see our DPMA algebra and geometry data. Please know that we DPMA our Algebra 1A students. That is not always the case. So your Algebra 1A students, obviously you're familiar with, they are splitting algebra into 2 years, Algebra 1A and 1B. But we went ahead for the 3rd DPMA and administered that particular assessment to them because we had a personnel change and the teacher coming in just wanted some benchmarking information to be able to pick up with those students. So you do see that we have some work to do, and that is why we are laser focused on growth. Every single day in our ELA and math classes, we talk about growth. The students are very aware of their personal data, where they have fallen for the different benchmark assessments, and what their goals are. In fact, in our ELA classes, just this week, they have participated in data chats to see where they are according to their goal and what they are hoping to reach on the state assessment. But more so than that, in achieving the credit for that class so that they can progress naturally through their coursework at the high school level. You will see that we're very strong in United States history and biology. Biology specifically has been a pinpoint for us. We do have some very large biology and biology honors classes this year, and we have been very focused on making sure that they have the information that they need to progress on to chemistry or physical science or whatever their next steps are. So we are pretty laser focused on that. I did feel it was necessary to include our school grade components for this year, and this will actually be for this year and next year. While we do have a small graduating senior class this year, we do not have enough that we will have acceleration or grad rate lagging data for next year either. So it will actually be 2 years from now that we will see our grad rate added and our acceleration data added. So for the next 2 years, we will rest quietly with growth in reading proficiency, reading learning gains of the lowest 25%, math proficiency, math learning gains, biology, and U.S. history. We are desperately hoping to have the math learning gains from the lowest 25% added to the school grade formula for next year. So as you can see, our entire school grade is based 100% on state assessment scores. We do not have the luxury of rolling in the hard work with graduation rate that our students put in to make sure that they receive their diploma, or the hard work through AP accelerated classes, or industry certifications. We are working in those areas, but we just don't have the numbers yet. So this will be our school grade components for the next 2 years. We also have a goal of building our school culture. We are reaching out daily, weekly, and monthly to each other with myself and Mr. Post, building the school culture that is the Ocala Charter Oath. And it is an oath that has been designed for both of our schools to subscribe to. Things like truth, speak truth with kindness, always giving your best, and making sure that we are working hand in hand to build a school culture that also builds our school path. You'll see that we have implemented positive behavior supports at the high school with our Eagle Pride Awards. Those are monthly, giving by each teacher to a student. We have Talk About Kindness, that is through our school counseling venue. That is any time that we see a student doing something kind, they actually get a gift card to Taco Bell that has been donated to us, one of the coupons. And believe it or not, our kids really like Taco Bell quite a bit. We do have themed dress days. We actually have one today that is just for our staff because we want to keep staff morale up as well. And we actually have Kona Ice coming to the campus this afternoon. You wouldn't believe how much high schoolers still like their snow cones. And this was based on attendance. So from the beginning of the fourth 9 weeks, and we take it in very small chunks, we saw a vast improvement in attendance so that they can get a snow cone today. We have over 50% of our students that have had perfect attendance for the past 4 weeks at the high school level. That means that they have not checked in late, they have not checked out early, and they have not been tardy to a single class. So they have received an opportunity during sixth period today to go out and have Kona Ice snow cones and just kind of hang out with their friends for a few minutes. We do have multiple social events. I need to brag for just a few moments. We just had prom last Friday evening. We did do our prom on a Friday evening so that our students could also attend public school proms if they were invited. Whereas public schools, you normally see a pretty big financial commitment to prom to create an experience for students. We did not have that level of finances, so our students handmade all of our prom decorations. And we found a venue with Silver Spring Shores Community Center that was willing for us to come in at a reasonable cost, and used one of our business partners for dinner, and our students decorated our prom, and they took great pride in that. Even down to the point of one of our students crocheting her own dress to be able to go to prom. So that was a new experience for me. We did do Sadie Hawkins in the fall, homecoming in January instead of during football season. We do have an end of the year school-wide field trip coming in, and we have a major focus on social media recognitions for those Eagle Pride Awards and Talk About Kindness. We have also noticed that one of our most at-risk groups of students is our African American males as far as male mentorship in their lives. Most of our young men stated that they do not consider a male to be the most important mentor in their life because they don't have someone in that capacity. And so through our school counselor, we are working with school community, between the school and community leaders, to get mentorship programs in our school building. Just coming to eat lunch with them, talk to them about their future. We've had 2 assemblies that were just geared towards our young men students that were all about being a young man and having integrity. We also meet our female demographic needs. We have noticed that our females tend to report to the school counselor more often for mental health assistance, and so we have started a girls group that meets monthly. They are going through a state approved curriculum. I believe that the Marion County School Board schools use it as well, just to lead some conversations about healthy living, healthy decision making. You will notice on the next page that our school counselor is highly involved with our students. We, in an effort to prepare them for post-secondary opportunities, each student on our campus has their very own future file. They have it that they carry with them, and every year we build on the materials in that file. So as opposed to your 9th grade year where we're talking about good decision making, choosing your courses wisely, if you want to go through some of our accelerated learning programs, what that will look like. To our seniors, they have all of the scholarship information. They have information for federal financial aid as well as local financial aid. They have all of their dreams and goals written in there. They have their acceptance letters, their essays that they have written, and all of that type of material in their future files. So each student at our school has one of those files, and there are monthly meetings with the students, sometimes whole group, sometimes individual, to keep building those files. After surveying our parents, they explained to us that some virtual parent meetings would be really well appreciated. So in addition to our 5 school advisory council meetings on campus, we also host 5 virtual meetings. These meetings are focused towards trends within raising teenagers. We have done social media awareness. We have talked about self-motivation. We have talked about test preparation, and we do hold those virtually so that parents, in fact, we have one parent that every time she joins, she's at another athletic field, whether it's baseball, football, whatever, so that they can be a part of that particular meeting without having to rearrange their schedule. As always, we have a direct pipeline to the administrative team. For any student or parent, my door is always open, our school counselor's door is always open, and our dean of students is always open. And we are entrenched with those students every single day. Because we are just a second-year school, I want to brag on my students for a few minutes. We have 4 graduating seniors this year. Of the 4, 1 will be attending MTC, Marion Technical College, 2 will be attending the College of Central Florida, and 1 has been accepted to the University of Northwestern Ohio. And so they are on track to be able to jump into their post-secondary goals and move forward, and we are excited for them. We also had one of our entrepreneurship students that was chosen as a top 12 finalist for the project that she created for the Southeast region of NIFTY. That includes Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. There were over 500 entries. She was chosen as one of the top 12. From there, it went to a social media campaign, and I'm happy to let you know that even though we are a small school, we have a heavy social media presence. And we were up against schools as large as 3,500 students, and she was ranked number 8 in the Southeast region when it was all said and done. So we recently were considered, our Entrepreneurship 2 students were selected as finalists in the CEP's 11th Annual Youth Business Plan. Since publication of this PowerPoint, they have gone to that particular competition, and they won 2nd place in Marion County. So, and I know that they may be watching this, but our kids are very excited that they beat Bellevue, Vanguard, and North Marion, that they only lost to Westport. So there were 29 entries. Most schools put in multiple entries. We had 1, and that particular entry won 2nd place. And I want to share with you the product. One of the entrepreneurs' brother is on the autism spectrum, and this particular product came out of her literally saying, "He drives me crazy every time we have to go on a road trip." And so she took something that looks like a Rubik's Cube, but it is a sensory cube, and you can have them ordered and custom made where each side has a different sensory specific to that child's needs, and it is considered a fidget. And that is actually the product that her and her team put together that won the 2nd place. She's also the student that was ranked top 12. We participated in the Red Ribbon Week contest for the public schools, and we won 1st place for the high school. We also have 2 10th grade students that were nominated and have been accepted to attend the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Conference at Florida State University this summer, and they will be going on scholarship money donated by members of our faculty so that they may be able to attend. We added 2 more business partners. Rob Harrison Realty has been a business partner since we opened, and now we also have Jeremiah's Ice Cream and the Breakfast Station. And then we have built, this is one of our proudest moments. We are obviously in walking distance of Fordham Learning Academy, so we have built a very strong relationship with the administrative team there. We went over and sang carols with their students at lunch right before Christmas, and now we take a group of students monthly over for reading buddies. The visit that we will do in May is Superhero Day. So our students will be dressed as superheroes, and you will see in the packet of pictures that we sent one of our students actually reading with one of the Fordham students. We are happy to open next year with a full house of 9th, 10th, and 11th and 12th graders. We have added digital video production as another CTE opportunity this year.
They only did a dailies news show. Next year, they will move into competing at the district level with that. We have increased our course offerings, and also we have several students that are qualified to go for dual enrollment at College of Central Florida next year. And so having said all of that, moving forward, we remain committed to our original mission of building relationships and breaking down barriers so that students can be successful and healthy. So thank you for the time to talk to you about Ocala Charter High School, and I'm open to any questions, as is Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. That was a wonderful presentation. I have to share the Taco Bell must be a high school theme, because my mentee that's what she requests weekly is lunch from Taco Bell. So I share and I'll say the suffering for lunch. But with that, I open it up to the board for other conversations. Yes, Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, Principal Brown. Great presentation always. It's clear that you're not only building, but you're growing, and just in so many positive ways. Two things really jumped out to me. The future file. I just think that is so important. It kind of goes along with some other discussion earlier today, that if kids don't have tangible understanding of what they're doing, where they're going, and what it means, it's something gets lost in the translation. So that's just really cool. And the mentorships. It's just something we hear about more and more and more, that one person in a kid's life can make all the difference. Hopefully it's the parents, but if it's not, then it's one of us sometimes. So that was wonderful. And then the last thing is, I was thinking about your proximity to Fordham and just really hoping that that there was already a partnership, which clearly there is, and that can grow in the future as well. Maybe there's some aspiring educators in your midst. So thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Yes, Board Member Campbell.
Sure, a great piggyback. I too was going to say thank you for already working that partnership with Fordham. When my children had the ability to be in a K-4 program where there were older students also on the same campus, it was such a benefit. We have little Christmas ornaments that we still have with their pictures with their book buddies, and so that'll be a wonderful keepsake opportunity for folks to continue. And the only other thing that stood out to me just as glowing, I'm so happy you have your students involved in Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership. As an alum of a program many, many, many years ago in Tennessee, that's a really cool opportunity for students, and so I'm grateful that you've introduced that to your student body as well. Just looking forward to continued great things, and I appreciate that your baseline grade is just your baseline, and you're going to move up from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Anyone else? Okay, all right. We're wrapping it up. Thank you again, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Matthews, for being here this morning. We appreciate both of you and the opportunities you provide for our students. Board, with that, I'd like to take a 30-minute break. Hold on, public comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll take a 30-minute break. When we return, we have a presentation by Ms. Boston Ellis, and it is about 37 slides, and then we will be into the interim conversation, interim superintendent conversation. So just for everybody's awareness, that's where we are in the agenda for today. All right, thank you. We'll recess at 11:44. See you back here at 12:15. Good afternoon and welcome back from recess. It is 12:17 and we're going to pick up on our presentation. Dr. Gullett, if you'll introduce our next presentation.
Certainly will. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm pleased to have Ms. Boston Ellis come forward, she is going to provide the financial update for the 2024-2025 school year. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Conrad, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. I think Mr. Christian is going to catch up with me, but we'll go ahead and get started if that's okay with you. You should have a PowerPoint in front of you that says 2024-2025 financial update. And even though it is 37 slides, it won't take that long, I promise you. We will be cutting across the field, as one board member said to me. So on slide 1, this is just a synopsis of what I'm going to talk about, but it was brought to our attention that we did not include something with the capital projects, and we'll pause and provide all the information that we are aware of at this time in terms of revenue that we have received from impact fees as well as the sales tax. So the largest amount of our funding for general operations, as you are aware, comes from the Florida Educational Finance Program, which we call FEFP. This projection is based on the actual October count as well as an estimate for the February count. So there's 5 different times when revenue is allocated to us. So the first is the conference report, and we are waiting with bated breath to see what our legislators are going to provide to school districts for the 2025-26 year, and that'll be the conference report. So that's the first one. The second one is in July, and that is when we get all of our local tax information, and that is what we build the original budget on. The third calc is what we're going to discuss with you today as it compares to the October account versus the original one in July. So as you can see, when we look at the basis of our funding components, from the second calc to the third calc, there was an increase of $11.8 million. And before we get really, really excited thinking that we've gotten additional funds, I want to point out to you that that equates to 1,400 unweighted FTE, which is transferred into 2,211 weighted FTE. And the majority of that, actually all of that, belongs to the Family Empowerment Scholarship. So there was no increase in terms of going from the second calculation to the third calculation for the Marion public school system. So the other adjustments are also based on various items. It's our mental health allocation, the ESE guaranteed allocation, and you can see that there were some increases and some decreases. So after all of that is brought into the formula, our total FEFP is $33 million. At least that is the $13 million increase from the second to the third calculation. On this slide, that $13 million difference is carried over, and then we back out the required local effort, and also we look at all the state adjustments that occur, whether it's class size or the educational enrollment stabilization. And what that is that if our funds per unweighted FTE are less than the state average, there is additional money provided to the district. Also, we have a prior year adjustment, and that was to the tune of $2 million basically what they look at as our fourth calculation versus the final calculation, and determine whether or not we had fewer FTE, and so because we did, that is a reduction. We always reserve between $1 and $2 million in fund balance to cover what we think may be adjustments that have to be made. Also, you might have noticed that the appropriation was lower than what the school districts earned. So instead of providing additional revenue to the school districts, whatever that reduction is prorated between all school districts. And our proration to appropriation was $3.8 million. The state-funded discretionary supplement, that goes to the Family Empowerment Scholarship. There was an estimate at the second calc of $7.3 million. Third calc, it's $8.5 million. So that was an additional $1.2 million, but that was attributed to the Florida Empowerment Scholarships. So the difference in our state funding is $10.6 million. Then again, we have to add back in what our local funding is, which totals $142 million. So our state funding for the third calc is $312 million. Our local funding is $142 million. Then, of course, we have to back out the Family Empowerment Scholarships. Although that revenue is recorded in our revenue, we will not see that. It's not even like a charter school where we get the funds and then we pass them through. So it's just recorded in our financials, but we never see those dollars. So when you back out the Family Empowerment Scholarships, our revenue is $403.3 million. So you will notice that our revenue reduction is $903,000. And that is the pure reduction from second calc to third calc for Marion County Public Schools. We actually had, from the second calc to the third calc, we lost 18 unweighted FTE. So I keep talking about the Family Empowerment Scholarship, and we want to look at that and the impact that it has on our school district. So you will notice in 22-23, that amount was about $21.9 million. The House Bill 1 expanded the school choice options. So it eliminated the financial eligibility, and it also eliminated the cap on the FES options. And it also increased the annual cap for Family Empowerment Scholarships with students with unique abilities. So basically, it was opened up so that more families could take advantage of the scholarship. I think one of the things that Kayla pointed out to me is there was like an 81% increase from the 23-24 year to the 24-25 year. So that's pretty large, going from one year to the next in terms of increasing the total adjustment that we will have to make in our revenues. So pause there if we want to talk about family empowerment. If not, we'll move on and talk about our budget.
Yes, Dr. Campbell.
It's just a statement, Ms. Bostonellis, because you and I have spoken about this for a couple of years now, and I don't want to say I'm shocked. I am surprised, though, because as we consider what that looks like in our community, the seats haven't become more available. So we have a certain number of private school options that, or I guess now that homeschool is also a part of this, there are more options that way, but it's not that those seats have just become, we haven't had 3 new schools open or that kind of scenario, but what this says to me is that more people are taking advantage of it. So most of these schools still are maintaining the same enrollment that they always have. They're just now being funded differently. So that honestly is a bit surprising to me. I hadn't considered, you and I have talked about this. I hadn't considered that piece of the impact as strongly as you're being able to show it to us today. So thank you for the information, but it is different than what I anticipated.
I agree, knowing the number of private schools that we have, but as you said, as they have relieved the number of restrictions that were on those dollars, more families became eligible. And I think that's what we did not anticipate. So yes, a lot of families are taking advantage of that. And I think they're going to start looking at the students that receive family empowerment scholarships, because we have received some of those students in our system, or if they left, they're back, and we did not receive any of the funding. And CISR just submitted information to DOE so they can analyze what we potentially may have lost in the 24-25 year, because some of those students re-entered our system, or they actually came over to public school. And right now they're estimating it's about $8,900 per student. So even if you're at a private school, I think it probably costs a little bit more than that. But if you're putting your student in a private school, that's a big help in terms of paying for tuition.
And Chair, if I could add real quick, just to that exact point, I think the really unfortunate part that I have seen in the community as well is some of the private schools in our community have increased their tuition. So, because many of the students who were participating in the private school experience were financially well endowed, and so the step up is simply like this superseding cash flow to the school now, because those parents are still responsible for a pretty significant portion of the tuition because the tuition price has increased. And so there's what I would say is a manipulation of the system from some of the private schools to generate essentially more revenue, because the parents are still private paying a significant portion. So it's unfortunate.
It is, yes. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. And Ms. Bostonellis, this is just a question that is a prediction, really, that I'm asking from you. But do you anticipate, based on conversations, that there may be an opportunity to recapture the funds that we have lost from the scenario that you just described? I know that they're talking about adding student numbers to every student to help with that, but it doesn't help us with the funding that we've already lost.
I think it's important that we participate in that discussion, and I believe because they are requesting school districts to provide information on students, and in my mind, they're going to match and see where we might need to be reimbursed. They still have two more calculations. So we still have the fourth calc, and we still have the final calc. So my hope is that it will shore up and there will be some funding for us. But because there is no way that we know, who's in those schools, in the beginning, we had to put the students in our system, but then they went away from that. So we really don't know how many specifically that might have been here, the October count and also February count. So I'm hoping if we're going through that exercise, there will be an opportunity, but I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the update and the information.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're ready for the next part, Ms.
Okay.
Bostonellis. Thank you.
So our original budget, all funds, $1.3 billion, has been revised down to $1.3 billion. A total of about $27 million reduction, and the majority of that has to do with the Family Empowerment Scholarship. Of course, we have to record them in the revenue. We have to record it because our total revenue has to agree with what the Department of Education says it is, which includes charter schools and also the Family Empowerment Scholarship. So on the third calc, we find out how much actually the FES is. So we have, like, I would say, a holding estimate that we put in our expenditures, what we think it will be. And then when we finally know the number, we reduce our revenue, but we also reduce the expenditures of what we believe that estimate would be. We look at the general operating, again, there is a decrease in the revenue, and that is tied mostly to the Family Empowerment Scholarship. We did have an uptick from the state of about $35,000, and then of course our local always goes up because that's sort of a miscellaneous revenue. It could be from loss, insurance recovery, and of course we had that sale of property behind the central warehouse, so that's being held in miscellaneous until there is a determination on what to do with that. This slide just shows you the percentage of revenue that we've collected, and it's pretty much in line with this particular time of the year. And I did not mention that we typically do this at mid-year, so it would have been information based on as of December. But because we did not receive the third count, we had to wait for that. So this includes information up through the month of February. So this is pretty consistent. When we look at the budgeted expenditures, again, most of that is in purchase services, and that's where we record what our estimate of what we think the Family Empowerment Scholarships will be. Again, this is pretty in line with this time of year. Actual expenditures are $267 million, and you can see the actual expenditures versus what is remaining to be spent if we spent all of what is budgeted. And then fund balance. Our original projection of fund balance was $39.4 million, and we had met all the criteria and more. Right now, it's $38.1 million, or 8.78% of revenue. We have to set aside what we think an estimate is for inventory and non-spendables, like prepaids, and then the committed, that was a new category that we implemented last year, about $14.9 million. And if we need to change that for any reason, we'll have to come back to you because that is in policy before we can do that. And then our unassigned and assigned fund balance includes what is required by the Department of Education and also basically any remaining amount in fund balance. What is interesting is that the folks that we borrow funds from and our auditors, they look at that financial condition, and it's 5.12%. So we're right there in terms of budgeting where we need to be in terms of reserving funds. Now we'll move on to the adult ed program. They had an original budget of 10.3, and it is now a revised budgeted revenue of 10.7. This includes some CAPE funds that were not in the original budget, so that increase is due to the CAPE funds. Again, we're consistent in terms of what has been collected. For our adult ed program, there are some federal funds, but they also receive the workforce dollars that are in that state category, and then the local dollars is basically fees from the students that are attending that. When we look at the budgeted expenditures for adult ed, the original budget was 11.6, and the revised budget is 13.3, and 1.6 of that increase is basically due to the additional construction that they're working on now. Again, their actual expenditures are in line for this time of year, and they are at 4.6 million actual expenditures. And if we assume that every dollar will be spent, they also are in line with remaining expenditures. The general fund for the adult ed program, the ending fund balance is originally $2.4 million, and now it's down to $1.2 million. But again, it is because they are doing some refurbishing at MTC, and also there is a student assistant grant as well. So I think everything is pretty much in line with general operating fund, with the exception of the family empowerment, and definitely with the alternative, the adult ed program. When we look at the referendum, the original budget was $33.3 million. The revised budget is $37.3 million. You know that is calculated based on 1 meals, on the value. There are 2 or 3 times of the year where we look at the taxable value, and I believe we have someone on the board that sits on that value adjustment board. So whenever those adjustments are made, then we have to reduce or increase what the revenue would be. We are in line with collecting the revenue. You may recall it starts in November and goes through the end of the year, and that's based on when property tax owners paid their taxes. So this slide basically provides the budgeted expenditures of $43.2 million. That's the revised. The original was $43 million. We did get an increase, or we had to increase our expenditures. Some of you may be aware that charter schools, there was some settlement going on, and Attorney Powers could probably explain it better than me, but there was a period of time when they did not receive any of the additional funds like the 1.5 mil, but there was an agreement with one of the school districts, and so the statute was changed, and so we had to pay them some additional revenue from prior years. And I believe that was probably about $100,000. So that's all settled up, and they have all received those dollars. And the only other thing I'd add for this slide that it says class size reduction, it's really our paras. You may recall that you requested us to move all of the teachers to the general fund, and then we had to move some of the other library, media, PE to this particular fund, the referendum fund. But where it says class size, that's really our kindergarten paras.
Okay.
Next slide is showing the percent of budget that's expensed. The only one that caught my eye was professional development and school safety. Professional development, they tend to pay the mentors towards the end of the year after all of the, all of the procedures or all of the interaction between the mentor teachers and our new teachers. When that's concluded, they pay a stipend to the mentors. Then school safety, you will see something coming up really soon, I believe the next board meeting, where we have a pretty large expenditure, and it has to do with safety on the school bus. But we also pay for a portion of the SROs out of that. But I think the rest of the waiting to be spent has to do with that pretty large amount that's due for the safety in the school buses. So the referendum, as you know, whatever is left at the end of the year, we carry over for the next year. And we use those dollars to pay for expenditures until we get to November, December, when we start receiving proceeds. from the next tax year. This one did decrease $305,000. Some of that has to do with additional staff, and then there was a Quaver Music, the final taxable value, as well as that charter school prior year settlement that we had to pay. And according to this, it was $102,000. Special revenue other. The only reason we have this in here is because ESSER went through September. So where you see the original budget was 80 million, and then it increased to 82 million. A lot of that budget is due to ESSER projects that we have already spent down. So next year, when you see special revenue fund, it'll be down to the normal entitlements, which include Title I, Title II, hopefully. But for right now, this includes those budgets as well as a piece of the remaining ESSER funds. Again, you'll see that we have percentages of revenue collected. For most of our entitlements, we request the money after we've spent it. So, or we're very close, because they will only allow us to keep funds so many days without spending. So it has been our posture in the school district to spend the dollars and then reimburse, ask for reimbursement, which is pretty fast. It takes them maybe 1 to 2 days. Again, our revised budgeted expenditures are 82.7 million, but our original budget was 80.1 million. So that was an increase of 2.6 million, and it includes ESSER grants, it included carry forwards from other grants that we did not have the information at the beginning of the year, fiscal year. This is actual percentage of budgeted expenditures in relationship to the actual expenditures. So 50.5 million actual expenditures, and again, this is pretty much in line with this time of the year. So we'll pause right now, and if Kayla Johnson will come up, talk a little bit about impact fees and sales tax.
Good afternoon, Chair Conrad, Dr. Gullett, and board members. I'm just going to give a brief update on where we're at on the collection of impact fees and sales tax. As you know, this is very preliminary right now, as we don't have a lot of data to go off of. So as you guys are aware, we had budgeted originally $15 million for impact fees, and that was based on projections that we were given by the Growth Management Department when they were still here. Currently, we've only received about 6.5 million of these, and that would leave us short about 8.5 million. And if you guys recall from our budget presentations, that $15 million was going to be used to pay the debt service for the certificates of participation that we issued. So any funds we don't receive in those impact fees there that are eligible to pay that debt service, we are going to have to look to other funding areas such as the 1.5 mils to be able to make those debt service payments. The sales tax, the information we had from Department of Revenue that was provided anticipated about $40 million over a whole year. But if you guys know that the sales tax didn't go into effect until January, so we'd be looking at an estimate of approximately $20 million for this year. We did receive our first payment in March, and it was $2.4 million. So currently we're about $17.5 million short of what we had anticipated collecting at this point in time. We did look at sales tax that had been collected by the Board of County Commissioners, because they have had a penny sales tax in effect for many years. And based on those, we are estimating that this year we could possibly receive $17 million in sales tax. However, that is just an estimate based on their collections. So we don't have any definite numbers right now of what we will be receiving for those. So if you guys have any other questions on that, I can answer, but if not, I'll give it back to Ms. Boston Ellis.
Thank you. Board, any questions? Okay, thank you.
And we always end on the note of what are our budget challenges. And you may recall, these are some of the challenges that we've faced for many, many years. I did add tariffs under the supply chain, inflation, and tariffs. You may recall during COVID, we had to do shorter bids, 6 to 9 months, and the prices were sometimes escalating based on the time. So we have our eye out for that. Dr. Gullett asked me to have a conversation with Rick, and he's talked to different purchasing directors, and no one really knows now, but everybody is anticipating price increases. The other item that I think I added was charter school allocation of capital referendum, and now we will be sharing sales tax as well with the charter schools. And based on what we have seen from the second calc to the third calc, I think we're going to have to start really paying attention to the family empowerment scholarships and how that's going to fall out, because there's a potential there to maybe lose additional funds to that without it leveling, because I don't think we could handle in the next 2-3 years these large increases of funds being shifted from the traditional school to private schools. Because as I stated earlier, the 23-24 to the 24-25 year, it was an 81% increase in that. So I think we're going to have to pay a lot more attention to that and ask more questions of the Department of Education, and be really, I guess, really following that whole train of funding. You probably have also seen on the news and also in different articles that the traditional school will look different in 2 to 3 years. And so that's another thing that we have to pay attention to and be ready to pivot for those kinds of changes. Because what drives our funding is our students. I'm not used to it being this quiet, but Dr. Gullett, I'll turn it back to you for your comments. And if we can answer any more questions, I'll be happy to.
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Boston-Ellis. I mean, Board, I think you know we've been having a lot of budgeting conversations. We're still doing budget meetings for central staff. I know that people are anxious to know what that looks like. We are too, to be frank. I think we're all watching and waiting to see. I had a great conversation with Mr. Avery even earlier about the landscape, and we're going to do our best always to protect our classrooms where our students are and work backwards from there. But there's going to be continue to have some tough conversations. I want to make sure as I exit my role that I leave this district in the most conservative, cost-efficient manner I can. That's my responsibility and commitment to this district and as a member of the community. So we're still working through that. We just don't have all the answers, but we're really diligently working through what we do know and how we can continue to set this district up for success.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Board, I'll open it up to you, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. 2 comments. One specifically, well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis. Thank you for
And I
your-
thank you too for
Thank you.
passing on information to us. It has helped. It has helped us broach the questions we need to ask of the Department of Education as well as our lobbyists. That has helped us a lot. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, so a statement that has been made in prior years of sorts, and as we continue to see in our weekly superintendent updates, the decreases in our instructional vacancy rate, which is exactly the direction we want to go. We want to get to that 0 vacancy, that we have no vacancies in our instructional units. However, the statement that's been made for years, as we get closer to that, is that we're living off our savings, and we've been able to balance our budget because we've had vacancies. So could you speak a bit to that, without putting you on the spot entirely, but we know that a significant portion of our dollars go to salary and benefits, and we certainly know that the best way we can be successful, we're here for the students, and having certified, wonderful, highly effective teachers in classrooms is what we need to be focused on regardless of anything else. But how we end up being able to fund that while funding everything else this district currently has in place. Could you speak to that just a bit, and if that is also a budget concern that you have?
Absolutely, because you can recall 3 years ago, we had ESSER, and then when ESSER went away, basically, last year, a lot of the number of staff were put into other funding sources. And particularly Title I, they had a carryover about $5 million. So a lot of those positions were funded out of Title I this year, and they are not projecting to have that large carryover. Also, we had, and so all of those default to the general fund. Also, we are hearing that Title II may go away in 26, 27. We are hearing that the federal funds will be cut. We don't know by how much, but we have to be mindful of that. And you also know that we do have staff in those positions. So yes, there are programs that we were able to pay, say software programs that support the classroom. We were able to pay for those for 3 years. So in 3 years, those costs are going to come back. And so there was some shifting and realigning resources because we heard you loud and clear. We did not want to lose one employee. We wanted everyone employed because we did have that large vacancy number, not just in teachers, but also our non-instructional as well. And then balancing that with raises, because we want to be as fair as we can with our employees, balancing that against that, which is a recurring cost. So that's also been a challenge. And the funds that we are provided for teacher raises, you've also made a commitment to do better than because last year it was like a 1%, but you made a commitment to your teachers to do better. So again, all of those are recurring costs that we have to face every year. If there's going to be an increase in health insurance, I believe there is a projected increase in retirement, and you shared that with me as well. And that is a burden. It's a good burden for those of us who are nearing retirement. But the board is challenged with also picking up more costs in retirement if either one of the proposals in the House or the Senate pass. So.
Thank you for that, Ms. Boston Ellis. No, I think it's just important for us to keep those kinds of conversations top of mind as we see the need for tightening the belt, and it's going to get even greater potentially with funding sources going away or being reallocated. The other statement, it's not necessarily a question for you, it's just kind of a comment for the board, It's also not lost on me that more than $43 million of this conversation today is on a voted-in referendum that we'll need to have serious conversation about, because that comes up for renewal or replacement or whatever we choose to do in a little more than a year from now. And we will need to have, in less than a year from now, very serious conversations about what that ballot initiative might look like. Simultaneously having conversations with our local delegation in Tallahassee last week that there is a push from the governor's office to put a ballot initiative in 2026 to do away with property taxes. And if in fact that were to even remotely come to fruition, then a voted on millage is going to be pointless if you don't have millage rates at all. So those are just top of mind conversations that I'm having right now, and just thoughts as we continue to see the budget. I'm just grateful for your knowledge base and all that you've been able to help us with and help us understand. And we have some tough conversations ahead, Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Yes, Dr. James.
That was, Dr. Campbell did a great segue there. For me, I want to understand, I have not been on the board when we have asked for a renewal of a referendum, so this is my first go at it. What is the timeline to get that taken care of? And is the board going to have a discussion about an 8-year instead of 4-year, or is that not available to us? And what does that look like?
I know the last year of the current one will be 26, 27. So I would assume that we'd have to have a discussion next year. So
Well, it needs to be on the ballot for 2026.
26, yes.
So when do we have to submit it for the ballot? It doesn't have to be answered today, but I would like someone from staff or legal to be able to provide us a timeline, maybe the timeline we followed last time. And I would like to have a workshop to discuss length of a referendum as well, potentially. It is every 4 years. It's hard to forecast, which is why you saw the county go out for a 20-year sales tax. Right now, they can really do some real planning because they know they have 20 years. And so, I'm just looking forward to a future workshop where we can have a collaborative, understanding conversation for those of us that have not done this before. That's my personal request.
Thank you, Dr. James. Yes, Dr. King.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And you may have something else, but I just wanted to speak
that's
to
it.
that. Okay, really quickly. I completely agree. I think it would be very important for us to have a conversation sooner rather than later, but at least wait until maybe July 1 and after, because there's lots of legislation that's floating right now that may be passing that will impact the length of time, even on the one we have that just got voted in. So we'll have some we'll need to have a lot of tough conversations. So I do recommend, though, maybe in the early fall, as soon as school starts, that we could jump in with both feet and talk about what that looks like. Because if I'm not mistaken, the timeline does begin in January or February, when we need to have something
Done.
talked about, at least, because it has to go to the county and the supervisor, and all of that needs to be done, I think, before June-ish or something, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes, and I mean, we're looking at a superintendent transition anyways, so the new superintendent may have a thought pattern on it that would be new to us as well. So I would like that to be on our calendar so that we can make sure that we address it timely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Board Member Thrower. I could feel you were thinking about
Yeah.
something.
A lot of it I'll save for a future conversation, but, looking at the writing on the wall and the direction that public education appears to be going, in Florida anyway, maybe it would be worth considering renaming ourselves Marion County Private Schools Incorporated. We could probably get a lot more funding. It's kind of a joke, kind of not. The landscape in the field is changing. And I'm pretty sure that with our funding referendums, I believe, and I know Attorney Powers will clarify this, I believe they're only allowed to be 4 years at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, And that in itself is a hardship because of what Board Member James just said, you know. Not to mention the fact that they're looking at reducing property taxes or eventually getting rid of them altogether. That is a stated goal of, you know, our local, at least one of our local delegation members. And I think the biggest mistake that anyone in leadership can make is not seeing the whole field. And we have that confronting reality. The reality is that it is very different the way things are unfolding now than what they've ever been in the past. And if private schools is where they're at and we need more of them, maybe we can just become the biggest private one, make our own rules, and generate a lot of money. So maybe I just let the cat out of the bag and they're going to figure out a way not to let us do that. But as I sat here and listened, I was like, might be a way to neatly turn the tables on this one and continue to be able to provide the things that we know our community needs. So, just musings.
We, really true. Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis, for the presentation. This should not be a shock to any of us. Surprise. The die has been cast for a while, and we knew it was coming, and we know we was going to have some tough decisions and some tough conversations. So, it's time to put the seatbelt on and get ready for the ride. So.
Or hop in the driver's seat.
Or drive the bus. Yeah.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis. I do have one question, which is probably not for today. It's something you can share later. But as I'm looking at our budget, and I've known this, but since things are getting challenging, our salaries and our benefits, you know, use up so much of our budget. And so I would just be interested in knowing the ratio between the adults we employ to the students. And is that, are we in the range with other districts of this size? As I listen to the staff that, you know, salaries and benefits we pay, and then I hear a conversation of rolling people out of ESSER into Title I and paying for that, and now we're talking about rolling them out of Title I, and they're going to have to come into general budget. I would just like to know even an average of, you know, are we right on track? Are we below average? Are we above average with how many adults we're employing in relationship or in ratio to our students?
So adults per student or student?
Yes, and I know that's tricky as there's an ESE, you know, there's different levels, but let's just narrow it down.
Mind.
Yes, let's narrow it down to general, I'll say, lack of a better word, general population. So general classrooms, regular size.
Okay. I think it's important for our community to remember, as the school district goes, there goes our community.
Right.
At 6,400 employees.
Yes, I agree.
So we need the support of our community.
I agree. Thank you so much, Ms. Boston Ellis. And please say thank you to your team as well. Okay, Ms. Thrower's raising her hand one more time.
Yes, this one really isn't for Ms. Boston Ellis. I think it's more for Dr. Gullett for confirmation. While we're talking about the ratio of adults to students and just adults in general, because all of us at some level have a connection to kids, or we shouldn't be here. But again, it comes up all the time that we have too many administrators, and that, you know, we're way over on that, and that is really creating a lot of our overhead. And I think the last I was informed, we are just kind of right in the middle of size of like districts in terms of administrative costs. Is that still, does anyone have any updated information off the cuff? And if not, it would be good to find that number again so that we can be clear when we're having conversations in the community about cuts and what might be considered top heavy, you know, those kinds of conversations.
And just to clarify, I wasn't insinuating
I
that in
know,
any way.
I
I'm
know,
just
but we
just
know where
talking
this
about,
goes.
yeah, just talking about in general, where we sit, with staff and how we're managing them. So thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, is there any, yes?
Real
yes.
quick comment to Ms. Boston, that was really a nice path you cut across the field. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move on to item 10.1, interim superintendent results. And at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Carlisle to come to the podium. And before he begins sharing information, I just want to say a brief thank you to all of our candidates that applied. We had 7 qualified candidates to apply, and I can honestly say that I enjoyed each and every conversation, and I think Marion County is very fortunate to have the applicants that we did. So looking forward to this conversation, and Mr. Carlisle, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you for waiting on us today.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Good afternoon, Board Chair Conrad, school board members. As a brief recap of this process to date, back on Friday, April 4th, an advertisement for the interim superintendent position was emailed district-wide and posted on the MCPS website. Candidates were invited to apply and submit their resume and 3 references by Thursday, April 10th. Board members were provided with this information for the 7 candidates that met the minimum requirements of the superintendent job description. You all have had an opportunity to individually review and vet the 7 candidates and were asked to submit your top 3 choices yesterday. Human Resources Department compiled each of your top 3 choices into an overall top 3. And Ms. Moran emailed you all that information last night. You've also been provided with a hard copy of that. The top 3 choices based on your individual top choices are Dr. Danielle Brewer as your overall first choice with 11 points. Mrs. Melissa Kynard as your overall second choice with 9 points. And Ms. Donna Kress and Dr. Robert Craig Ham tied as your overall third choice with 4 points each. Once the board has selected the interim superintendent, I will reach out to the selected candidate on behalf of the Employment Services Division to initiate the onboarding process, and Chair Conrad and Attorney Powers will finalize the contract with the selected candidate. At this time, I will turn it over to Chair Conrad to facilitate your continued discussion. I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carlisle. I was happy to see that the board was very, almost unanimous in looking at someone local joining and replacing, for the interim superintendent. So I just want to give every board member the opportunity to comment or share, on their choices, and then at the end, we'll have final discussion. So I'll start with Dr. James.
Okay, thank you. I did have the opportunity to have what I called a conversation with all 7 candidates, about 30 minutes long, in person for the 4 people who live within Marion County, and via Teams for the individuals who are outside of Marion County. I enjoyed the opportunity to discourse and just ask some questions about what I have found that people are focused on as we progress forward. And I want to share that with all of the candidates, I encourage them, if they didn't land in our top position, that they still are incredibly qualified, and I would enjoy them being a part of what we do in Marion County. And as our district, with any change, and every year we have changes in our organizational chart slightly, but any top change generally creates some level of shift in an organizational chart. And I would be encouraged to see these individuals apply for other jobs within our district, because I do believe they all had unique thought patterns and value to add to Marion County Public Schools, varying experiences and credentials that I think would add benefit to the work that we're doing. I am also, to reiterate Chair Conrad's thought pattern, grateful that it appears the board really did prioritize internal candidates. I do believe fundamentally they just are most aware of what is going on right now. And in this integral season of shift, they have the best pulse on where we are and where we need to go, and how our community of teachers and leaders and staff members and students and families want to see things move to. So I support Dr. Brewer's top pick, and think that she will do a good job in the interim to represent the needs of the school district.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This process was relatively quick. Let me say that first. I kind of want to explain my process, how I did this. I actually interviewed. I wanted the playing field to be equal. I didn't want there to be any unlevelness in this process at all. I interviewed all seven candidates. I did all of my interviews virtually via Zoom. I asked all the candidates the same questions because I wanted to make sure that there was nothing inequitable in how we did this. I chose to not. I know there were some local candidates that I could have saw them in person, but I felt that wouldn't have been fair, considering we had folk out of town. So I did everyone the same way, so that there wouldn't be anything. As I looked at the scores, the rankings that came in last night, it was pretty consistent across the board, where we all were thinking, I guess, pretty consistent that we were looking at local people. All of us have some value with the person being local. Makes no difference which one of us. All of us had some value with the person being local. And then some had more value with the person being, candidate being internal. I think right now we have to, one thing that kept jumping out in all of the interviews that bothered me was a sense that we didn't get a lot of candidates because of a arbitrary timeline that we kind of put in place that made them feel that there's going to be a February 1 day that this thing was shut down no matter what. And I think that we could have hurt ourselves by putting that out there in the atmosphere. But I'm fine with the rankings that came out. I think Dr. Brewer ended up being the top ranked person. I'm confident that she could do the job. I'm confident that even though Ms. Kiner could do the job, either one could do the job. Those were our top two. There's a big gap between two and three. So I'm confident that one or two is going to be the best candidate for the position. I thank all of the candidates for applying. I really do, because in listening to those interviews, there were some things that all of them had value. Every last one of them had some great things that they've done. Their credentials were impeccable as far as their career work, and some have done some innovative things in what they've offered in their careers. So it was quite refreshing to know that there are some people out there. So even when we do advertise this thing, there's some people out there that have some great minds that we may end up getting a great superintendent, because there's some innovative things that's happening that are moving districts and moving school systems along the way. So I am confident that our top choice based on this ranking is going to be okay, and that will get us through this season until we get to where we need to be in selecting a superintendent. So I'm fine with this.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. And I think that we needed to move pretty quickly once it became clear that Dr. Gullett was going to be moving on, to make sure that the community is reassured. You know, I don't think it's something that I felt like we were prompt yet deliberate with the process. And my process was, after talking with so many members, both within the school community and outside in the community, and my own lived experience with Marion County Public Schools, my screener has worked or is currently working at Marion County Public Schools. So those were the candidates that I interviewed. I met with all of them in person, and I asked them all the same questions. And so I will say that all of them were very complimentary of the progress we've made so far, wanting to maintain the momentum, continue to take it forward, understanding of the tremendous challenges, under no illusions, which I felt was really important. And so with that being said, I'm comfortable with the way it has turned out, and I'm ready to move forward. We are still getting inquiries, or at least maybe all of you got the same email, yes, of people expressing interest in coming and working for us as an interim superintendent, so that's a good feeling. I also believe, and this is something I know the board will discuss and make a decision on moving forward, but probably again, the sooner the better, of what type of search we are going to do, because if we end up doing a wide search, then that takes some time to select a search firm and begin to put those pieces in place. If nothing else, people are certainly paying attention. They want answers, they want reassurance, and they want to move forward. So that's where I am with this.
Right. Thank you, Board Member Thrower. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I'll start with where Board Member Thrower was leaving off. My first question and comment that I believe that our community is looking for is when we are going to determine what the permanent superintendent search firm looks like and what that process looks like. I'm hearing that from significant members of the community that are interested in that process. And so Chair, I implore you to please bring Mr. Collins forth to have us have a work session very soon about what that RFP needs to look like so we can begin that process. I think that's imperative. And as receiving this information last evening and thinking and pondering about it all this morning before the work session, and kind of am reminded of the Shannon Weaver communications model. So bear with me just a moment as I do a communication theory lesson with everybody. So in the Shannon Weaver model, you have the encoder and the decoder, and you've got like essentially the speaker and the listener and that dialogue that's happening between them. And you're gonna have a communication channel that they're communicating with and the medium they're using. So similar to other board members, I chose the medium of phone calls, and I wanted them to all be on the phone, all be for 30 minutes, not have, and I had a timer on one phone and talking on the other. So when the timer went off, we heard it and we knew it and asked them all the same 9 to 10 questions. I also took handwritten notes that I then subsequently sent to Attorney Powers, so all of those are a part of the public record if anybody wants to see what the questions were and the responses I received from them. So that's the communication channel aspect of it, and then the noise potentially is everything else that's happening in the atmosphere during that time. But also in this model, you have to understand that both the encoder and the decoder are coming from frames of reference. And so whenever I took this on, not only did I choose a specific communication channel to level the playing field for everyone, I also came about this process from a little bit different thought, because I also had sat down with only 28 thus far of the principals within our district, asking them what they're looking for in a permanent superintendent. So I had this big, large frame of reference from all the stakeholders that I believe are the most important. Again, not getting to all 50 plus, but I had gotten to 28 before we had to jump into this quickly. And so I had that kind of in my frame of reference as well. Understanding the direction that we have tried to go with this strategic plan, and my view of what this person, this candidate would be, is more of a gap filler, because we're going to have a gap from Dr. Gullett to a permanent superintendent, and also understanding that the person needed to have a very large scope and a very broad perspective of what all this district has to offer. I asked questions about potential challenges that each person saw that could potentially handicap the success of the leadership team and the relationship between the board and the superintendent. Those responses were interesting. I asked about the 3 qualities personally and professionally that they thought they brought to the table and why they were qualified. And so all of the things that I framed this in, as I saw the results come in, I think I was coming from a different perspective than my fellow board members. I think I came in with a different frame of reference. And so because of that, my results are different than everybody else's, and you could see that. I'll just blatantly, obviously tell you, I'm the one that's different on the screen. When I chose, first of all, the process was quick. I said that last week or whenever we knew this was coming. The process was really quick, so much so that we didn't have a rubric, we didn't have a matrix, we didn't know that we were going to be ranking them in order. Once I did send a ranking, I chose to only submit 2. I did not choose a 3rd because I didn't know this was going to be the process we were going to use, because that was never something the board discussed exactly. It's fine. I mean, clearly I was the only one that was the outsider here, but I still think that the perspectives that I learned from candidates and the perspectives that I bring to the thought process, I think are still valuable, even if I'm not classified in the same areas as the other board members are. So again, my frame of reference was quite a bit different. I'm seeing the need for someone who can stabilize, but yet someone who will be a bold thinker and someone who wants to really continue to propel us forward with the background knowledge to help us get there. So I understand we have to reach consensus today, or this doesn't come to us for a special meeting vote. I would appreciate additional conversation about the 2 top candidates if we're not going to entertain any others. And the only reason I ask that is because I didn't score a 3rd candidate, and that would make the scores even closer, potentially. And so if we're not going to entertain any of the others in consideration and we're only talking about the top 2, then I would just request we have additional conversation about them.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. And I'll wrap up with my process. I did interview every candidate. All the candidates that were local, I met with in person. That is my preference when possible, particularly just for the reason of my hearing disability. So I do better with a one-to-one interview. I met with everybody for almost an hour. I'm impressed, all of you that got it done in 30 minutes. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, it took me about an hour with each candidate. I thoroughly enjoyed the process. I thoroughly enjoyed meeting with each candidate. I agree with Reverend Cummings. Every single person that I visited with brought something new or different to the table. My choices align with the rest of the board. I'm comfortable with the ranking that we came up with. And I was glad that there was a little bit of a natural split between candidate 2 and 3. It made the discussion just a little bit easier for us here at the board table, having discussed everything so publicly. That is something that is challenging as we look at discussing internal staff members, community members, and then those that are outside of the district. Board, if you don't mind, and Attorney Powers, if it's okay, before we go any further in our discussion, can I ask for public comment before we move into finalizing our discussion?
Well, because I went first, you guys said other things about what you did that I didn't say, that I just wanted to make sure that I put on record that I did.
Okay.
That's okay, because I went first, so then I missed
Ms.
it.
Slaughter has been here
Yeah.
a long time, and I want to hear what she has to say before we round up our conversation, so I just wanted to make sure that was okay.
Yes, that's within the.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. James?
Well, I just wanted to say I asked the same 5 questions to everyone. They were in the same order. They were the same. I know you guys mentioned that, so I just wanted to say that. And For me too, I'm very much I felt like a Teams interview while there is a screen. I think we all grew to accommodate that during COVID, and so I really wanted that face-to-face interaction. That was big for me, and so that's why I went about that way. But I did ask the same 5 questions to 5 or 6. If they're not here, I asked them if they would relocate. But that was the only 6th question for the people who don't live here. So, and I will have mine available. It's going to Mr. Powers after the meeting, so that it will be a part of a public record if needed. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Yes, and I also ask all the same questions to my, to each interview. Ms. Slaughter, would you like to come forward? You've been waiting on us all day, so we're glad to see you.
Good afternoon. I am here on behalf of teachers, community members, other people who didn't want to sit here all day like I have. And the consensus that I have gotten from everyone is Dr. Brewer, without question. The consensus that I've got from everyone, especially teachers, is that if you want teachers to invest in Marion County, you need to invest in them. And they need to know that if they start out as a teacher, as Melissa Kiner and Dr. Brewer did in this area, and you work hard and you get your master's or you get your PhD, that we're going to reward that. We're going to consider you for the highest position in Marion County Public Schools. Because that's how you get people to come in from other areas and be teachers here. Because you can tell a teacher that is graduating from college, if you come to Marion County, we will consider you for the top position. We will give you the opportunity to run Marion County Public Schools because you've invested in us. Also, the parents who've had problems, and I brought problems too, and I'm trying to bring a solution, as Dr. James said. My solution is to have somebody who is a problem solver, who has dealt with, every time I've been here that there's been a problem, go see Dr. Brewer. That's where the parents were sent. They were sent to her to solve the problem, and she has solved the problem. If you look at discipline, she has solved that as well. She initiated get the students to do well, and they get to come back early from a suspension. Let's reintegrate them back in the school. Let them buy in to say, look, if you do really well, you can come back into the schools. She was spearheading that program. And Melissa Kiner is a great person as well, and would be a great asset to this school. But if we're going to give builders a preference for being local, we need to give educators and supervisors and superintendents a preference for being local. Because it's not fair to do it the other way around. It's not fair to say, if you're local, you get a preference to build a school, but you can't get a preference to run a school. And I would advise the board to put an interim superintendent and a deputy superintendent in place right now, okay? And then evaluate them in a year. And in a year, if they're doing a great job, make them permanent. And if they're not, then do a search, okay? Because if you're talking about budget restrictions and budget cuts, and you hire a search committee and spend God knows how much money to try to find somebody that doesn't live here and didn't have their kids went to school here, both the top 2. Their kids went to school here, their grandkids are going to school here, they are invested in Marion County. And we, as a community, want somebody that has as much at stake as we do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Slaughter. I agree. All right, any other public comment? Okay, with that being said, oh, she's coming back.
Right in when I speak. I don't want to violate the rules. All right, there we go. Thank you, sir.
You know where to find you, Ms. Slaughter.
That's right. We can hunt you down.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter, for being here, and thank you for advocating for the families that you have represented today so well. I just want to make a note for everybody listening that all 4 of our local candidates all started as classroom teachers in Marion County, and they all moved up to various positions. So all 4 of those local candidates would match exactly what you've just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, at this time, I am hearing that we do have consensus on a candidate that we can bring forward to our board meeting our special board meeting on the 29th. So I just want to, one more time, make sure that we are all in agreement and moving that name forward.
I think, Chair Conrad.
Yes.
I think you're appropriate to do that. I do think Dr. Campbell did ask about some further discussion. I'm fine with moving forward. I just have some more questions about the next steps after that, once we get through with this.
And I agree. I mean, I said how I feel, and that's the candidate that I feel like I'd like to go in the direction of. Personally, I would not like to publicly weigh out strengths and weaknesses of two top leaders in this district. I really don't want to do that. I feel like that personally for me would, and I had this conversation because I said, I don't know how it'll go. And I pray that I won't have to digress into strengths and weaknesses publicly, because I think that I personally find that to be disrespectful to the amazing work that they're doing every day right here in this district. I think if they were not current employees of this district, I would feel differently. But they're working right now, doing something, and they're all on the same team, and everyone is so supportive of however this goes. The conversations I had collectively over the last month or so, I guess, is everyone's on the same team, and everyone is supporting each other and however the board chooses for this to go. And so after thorough thought pattern, I landed where I landed, and I maintain that, but I really do not want to digress into strengths or weaknesses personally.
Okay.
I will if I have to, but it's not my preference.
It was a concern of mine, Mr. Carlisle and Ms. Morant and Attorney Powers. There was quite a bit of time discussing on how to move forward with providing the most respectful environment for all candidates, which is one of the reasons we did a short list for that discussion. And so I agree both of those people are leading teams right now, doing the work of the district, and so I think we owe them that respect.
Sure.
Yes.
And I agree with everything that's been said. The only little bit of concern that I have is because of how the rankings came out. It is clear that at least one of us didn't rank everyone that was on here. And so I guess I do worry a little bit about that loose end. I am not interested in debating the strengths and weaknesses of two top candidates either. I mean, I guess I would if I had to, but maybe there's merit in, now that we all know what this ranking system looks like, how would it hurt to rank off our two top contenders anonymously like we did before? That would be my only suggestion to ensure the integrity of the process. And maybe that's...
But no, I as always, I appreciate your input, Board Member Thrower. My challenge is when we received the email, the request was to submit 3 names, 1, first, second, and third. And so my feel is that board member chose not to submit a 3rd name. And so, you know, we're closing out this portion, I feel, of the scoring session, that if that board member had someone they wanted to move forward as a 3rd choice, they would have done it originally, because they interviewed all people. We all interviewed. Yes.
Madam Chair, I think this is not something that we need to be on a long time. I do agree. We can see where the numbers lie. I'm not in favor of having a public conversation either to discuss strengths or weaknesses, because I see more damage coming out of that. I see more division coming out of that. Because, and I'll say this way, because there's some that's going to like one. There's some within our district that like one more than the other, and we don't want that division to come across this board or to perpetuate that throughout the district by having that conversation. The numbers are what they are. There are 2 great candidates. One out, 1 points over it. So as a board, we have to, this is our decisions. These are the numbers that we put forth. So rather than create division, we need to be putting together the district, because we're in some difficult turmoil times right now that we're getting ready to go through. Let's put this behind us and move on and start working on the next step versus weighing a conversation about, and I don't get me wrong, I completely understand the request, but I also see I see more damage, more division, divisiveness coming out of this that could span across our entire district by doing that.
Thank you. Board Member Cummings, I appreciate that because I think it's very valuable, and I appreciate the word that you use, division. We definitely want to set the person up for success as they move forward to lead the district. So I think that's an important component of this conversation. Board Member Thrower?
Thank you, and you do raise a good point, Chair, that even though the scores came through to us, fairly late last night, we were asked to share our top three. So there was the opportunity, I guess you would say. Just wanted to make sure that, nothing was left, no stone was left unturned. It's important to all of us, obviously, to get this right and be really clear on what we did, how we did it, and what the outcome is. So, okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carlisle, I believe we have consensus to move Dr. Brewer into place and be put on the agenda for April 29th. My understanding is that legally we can begin working on a contract and all of those things that have to be prepared, that legally, Attorney Powers, that is okay to prepare that before the vote.
Yes, and I have already drafted an interim agreement, an interim superintendent employment agreement. I have also given that to Ms. Morant for her to review, and she and I will finalize that based on the pay scale that was outlined. We'll finalize that, and we will move forward in preparing the final edit and bring it for closure.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. James.
A question I've been asked in the community is, how are we navigating? We've thrown a lot of terms out there: superintendent on assignment, interim superintendent, and so who is going to hold the keys to the castle on April 30th?
I don't know that I can answer that question.
I think we all understand Dr. Gullett's more than willing to work hand in hand with Dr. Brewer or whoever we were choosing. So I'm just trying to understand legally. It was a question asked to me by a community member: who's going to hold the keys to the castle? Because you can only have one superintendent. So on April 30th, are we then, or April 29th, I guess if that's the vote, are we then making Dr. Gullett, do we need to vote for her to be a superintendent on assignment? Or is Dr. Brewer then an interim superintendent on assignment? Or I don't care about any of the logistics. I just would like clarification on the specifics.
Okay. Yes, Reverend Cummings.
Typically in a situation where you still have a person in a position and you're waiting for someone to come in, that new person is the elect. So I would say that if you got to put some terms to it, that's the interim superintendent elect. Once Dr. Gullett's, this is Cummings, once Dr. Gullett's contract is up, that elect becomes the superintendent at that point. I don't think we got to create a new will or anything like that, but it's an easy movement, and whatever job criteria, things that she's going to do, that's going to be in the contract anyway, correct?
Well, and that's a question that I'm going to have for you, is what, now that we have a person from whom you've given consensus here, the start date for that could be June 12th. Or the start date could be, July 12th, or the start date for that could be earlier, but that person isn't needed as an interim until that point. Right. So that person is currently employed with the district and should probably maintain that employment with the district, and then beginning of this contract would begin on the day the superintendent leaves. That would be my understanding, and that'd be the way that I would draft it. So I want clarity from the board, though, so I don't end up reinventing the wheel.
Well,
Go ahead, Dr. James.
Well, and I think the key factor here, and we just heard it from a community member, we need a deputy. And the superintendent has said she is not going to hire a deputy. And the only person who can appoint a deputy is the superintendent, is the way I understand the way of work. So again, whatever logistically needs to occur so that the interim superintendent can appoint a deputy so that we can begin that transition needs to occur. So if the interim superintendent needs to have some level of classification so that that can occur, then that needs to occur because the superintendent has maintained that she is not going to appoint or hire a deputy superintendent. Dr. Campbell has her hand up.
Yes, that was my concern also, is that I visualized, and this is just one board member, the work beginning a little sooner than July 11th. And so I don't know, in my interviews with each candidate, they expressed a willingness, 100% for this to be a team as there's transition. And so I don't necessarily see Dr. Brewer staying in her current role. I feel like she needs to be, in tandem with Dr. Gullett as we move into the next month or so, month and a half. Board, would anybody else like to chime in? Dr. Campbell?
Thank you. I concur with what Attorney Powers' expectation was, that the interim superintendent would officially go into place on July 12th. I believe since today's conversation has resulted in an internal candidate who already has duties and responsibilities, I believe, knowing Dr. Gullett as we do, that she will now include Dr. Brewer in many of those meetings where decisions are being made that Dr. Brewer's not already in. I mean, she's already in all these meetings. So I know that Dr. Gullett has diligently been working on lists of things that she wants to ensure that her successor, whether it be interim or permanent, has information on. But she is in place until July 11th. There is no such position as a superintendent on assignment. There is no job description for a all we have done so far, legally and by contract, is we had a superintendent, and now we've named an interim superintendent using that same job description. There is no job description for what was being asked for. So I don't want us to get out of our own compliance. I think that if, understanding what we've done today, again, the interim superintendent can be given as many duties as our existing superintendent wants to assign. There will be opportunities to actually be at graduations when we have them on the same day. There'll be opportunities that she can essentially assume as a deputy, and I believe together they can make a decision about appointing a deputy. I mean, we're in a different position now. I understand, Dr. James, that you've said, Dr. Gullett says she's not doing it. I haven't heard those words completely out of her mouth now that she's resigned and we have a completely different system coming. I know that you said I have not heard those words out of her mouth. So I believe now that we're having this conversation, now that we're landing on a position to move forward, that there will be opportunities for the potential of positions being appointed earlier than July 1, or positions just eliminated before July. I mean, I think that that's where we are. I stay put on the interim superintendent's contract officially beginning on the day after our existing superintendent is no longer in our district.
Yes, Reverend Cummings.
One final thing. Throughout the tenure, Dr. Gullett's tenure here as our superintendent, she has always been one that has been willing to work with the board. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that she's always said, whatever the pleasure of the board is. I think if it's the pleasure of the board that she works with the interim to appoint a deputy, I think that will happen. And I think that would be a good move that the board lets the superintendent, current superintendent, know that we do want an appointed deputy superintendent, and in tandem, Dr. Gullett and Dr. Brewer could come to finding that person. And I think that's well within our authority. That's well within the authority of the superintendent. That's not telling them who to hire, but that's giving them the discretion of the authority to go ahead and do it. And it doesn't violate anything.
that would also raise the question as to the person who will serve as the interim deputy superintendent. Is that person going to have the title of interim deputy superintendent, given the fact that there may be a superintendent change, a permanent superintendent that comes on in February? If that's the case, and there's an existing deputy that has permanency status, then that, number one, keeps the interim from becoming the deputy, and number two, it means that the deputy has a sense of permanency that the new superintendent may wish to appoint on their own, assuming that if it's not the interim. So I think that you may want to consider, the board may want to consider whether they want the interim superintendent to, on July 11th, bring in their interim deputy. Or is there some other structure the board wants? Again, I seek clarity because the question will come up again. So.
I agree. I'm going to go back to the position of interim superintendent, and something that's concerning to me, asking the interim superintendent to be working with Dr. Gullett in this transitional period. Dr. Brewer's plate is extremely full. Not only is she doing her job, she's doing a big lift for Dr. Hembrook, who is no longer with us. And so I feel confident that Dr. Gullett and Dr. Brewer can work that out, but I just want to remind the board that Dr. Brewer already has a heavy lift, so saying that she can just hop into meetings and participate in things that Dr. Gullett is doing, I think that's naive. There's not enough hours in the day, and I know they're both already working sun up to sundown, so I just want to mention that. Attorney Powers, I'd like to circle back, not today, but I'd like to circle back soon on the discussion of deputy superintendent. I personally am not ready to have that conversation. I know there are some challenges with that, having an interim superintendent and then job security for who wants to apply and who would be willing to apply if the deputy superintendent is also an interim position. So I need to do some thinking and some research on that before we discuss that as a board. Dr. James.
And so I guess we're in a bit of a pickle, other than the fact that we have a board meeting next Tuesday, and so maybe in theory, in her briefing or in your briefing, Chair, you could provide an update, but we don't have another opportunity to discuss this before the contract is coming before us, and the contract will have a date on it. So I am in agreement with Chair Conrad that to ask Dr. Brewer to take on anything else is, in my opinion, insanity. She essentially assumed most of Dr. Hembrook's job when Dr. Hembrook left.
Sorry to interrupt you, but just acknowledging that's a huge undertaking. Discipline is a huge undertaking.
But furthermore, because it is the season we are in, and she is the secondary curriculum person, the parents, and Mr. Carlisle being a former high school principal, I'm sure would understand this too. The number of parent phone calls from senior parents who just remembered that their kid is not graduating is nauseating. It happens all day, every day. And when they don't like that Mr. Carlisle says, you're not going to graduate, they then call Dr. Brewer. So there is not a chance that she can continue to do that job of customer service to all of those families that are calling her and also be a part of every meeting that Dr. Gullett is a part of. So again, I maintain, I don't care what we call it, but I do think that there has to be some level of transition immediately if our expectation is for them to be able to work together, because she cannot take on anything else. She cannot. And if we need an interim superintendent JD that duplicates the superintendent JD for the board meeting on the 28th, then that's what we do. I mean, that's fine with me.
I may be able to help you solve this. With the drafting that we've got so far, I can't bring it up to share with everybody, but the drafting I've got so far is that the person, if they are to start immediately, because we looked at it two ways, then the period of blank, whatever date chosen by the board, to July 11th, 2025, shall be a transition period. Dr. Diane Gullett will remain in control of the operations of Marion County Public Schools during the transition period through July 11th, 2025. Then, separately, during the transition period, the job duties of the interim superintendent shall devote his or her full time and best efforts to studying the conditions and matters pertinent to the district, and shall develop plans for continued operations and improvement thereof. He or she shall have the authority to recommend through the then current superintendent to the board his or her nominee to fill open positions of employment in the district. As of July 11th, 2025, that person shall become the interim superintendent with all lawful authority. So that would solve all of those problems if you.
We just have to pick the date.
You have to pick the date that you want the person, in this case, Dr. Brewer, to release her current duties and assume the title of interim superintendent, even though the job duties of interim superintendent are not fully they're essentially a shadow.
And what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Dr. Brewer if there's a natural, a time that would be good for her in the work that she's currently doing and beginning something new. Board Member Thrower?
Thank you, and along those lines, yes, and finding out, I think we need to be focusing on finding someone to replace the position that she's doing now, because she's the one that's been our contact for graduations and all kinds of things. And we have the end of school in May and then until July 11th. So.
Very good. Yes, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. So I appreciate the conversation for certain, and the fact that we're respecting our employees' time and what their duties and responsibilities are. It's not on us to determine who the person is that takes on those duties. And so now that we have determined that we're going to have an interim superintendent that is an internal candidate that has multiple existing opportunities, discipline, all the things, secondary, athletics, JROTC, all the things that she does, I appreciate that Dr. Gullett and Dr. Brewer will work together on who can take those responsibilities off of Dr. Brewer's plate. That is not our position to choose that at all. So I appreciate that we're concerned about that, but that's not our job. So we've determined who she's going to be. We've determined when we're going to vote on it, and they can work out what they're taking off her plate between now and then.
So the only answer I need from the board is, when do you want the transition period to begin? Transition period is blank to July 11th, and with the drafting that I've placed there.
I'd like to speak with Dr. Brewer. I mean, that's what I'd like to see.
And personally, this board member would like to give the discretion to the chair and Dr. Brewer and Dr. Gullett to come up with the date. If Dr. Brewer and Dr. Gullett have a date that they agree upon, I would like to do what Dr. Brewer and Dr. Gullett think is best. Perfect. So, I mean, and I give the chair the discretion to make that decision for the contract for the 29th meeting, personally.
Then we get to vote on the contract.
Because then we're voting on the contract, yes.
Yes, and I like that idea too, because they're the ones that are going to be working together and through this transition and be the ones doing the work. And I agree that's operational.
It is. Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Carlisle, do you have any other questions for us?
I do. I just want to clarify. So, will you provide us with the start date so that we can prepare that for Tuesday?
Yes.
For board personnel items.
Yes, sir. I will get with the attorney.
Well, it's not going on this Tuesday. I mean, this coming Tuesday.
I apologize.
Yeah.
For the 29th, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. One thing, I know Dr. James is the rest of the board, okay, working with, that the chair is working with Dr. Gullett and Dr. Brewer. That's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlisle.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And again, it may not be today, but I do believe that we have to, as a board, clear up this confusion about this February 1 date, because that date is just out there.
Well, what does the contract say? When is the termination of the contract as it's written right now? Because I don't think it says February 1st.
Because,
Pull it up.
and I hope it doesn't say February 1, because when, and Board Member Thrower was here with me, we were on the board, this process is not something to be rushed, of getting us a superintendent. The process of getting the company that's going to deal with it take 2 or 3 months. The process of once we get the company, they figuring out what we want as a board, that's 2 or 3 months. Them coming in and doing the community interviews and stuff like that, that's 2 or 3 months. We're at the end of the year already. And then to say that we would rush the process, and it hasn't even been advertised yet. And to say the rush of the process, we'll have someone in place by February 1 is really pushing it. So I want us to be cognizant of not putting an arbitrary date out there, saying that it ends February 1, because that hurt us in the process of getting candidates.
Right. Currently, it's listed as a blank because of the fact that what we were going to do is try to put it in as long as we reasonably anticipate, and then allow for termination with 30 days notice for anything. And I can redraft and tweak back and forth between myself and Ms. Morant and Mr. Carlisle.
And I personally appreciate that. I think that's reasonable. Like, until position filled with 30-day notice of cancellation, I think is fine with me, because if we're working hard towards a date and then we miss the date, then what? Then what?
Correct.
What I would likely do is, whether we call it February or March or whatever, allow for 30-day extensions and 30-day termination at a time.
Or can we put until filled, until superintendent?
You need a terminal.
Oh,
date.
okay.
So, but those can be easily, if you know you're going to need another 30 days or another 60 days, you can. An amendment takes no time.
I just didn't want us to lock ourselves into something or pigeonhole ourselves into something where we're trying to make a rush decision, because we want that firm, if we go that route, that firm has to have time to actually advertise. And then once you advertise, you still got to break it down to 2 or 3 candidates. And then even that, once you get the person, you still got to negotiate that person's contract. So it's not going to be that fast like people thinking. If we do it a certain way, it's going to take some time.
Right. It's a lot more complicated than this process we just did.
Exactly.
Yes, it is. Board Member Thrower, thank you. You've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. And Board, if you recall, the same as me, we talked about February 1st in the spirit of best positioning whoever the new superintendent ends up being coming into the budget cycle and all of those things. It still is only April, and we're talking February. So the next conversation, maybe not for today, but the next conversation for soon, probably needs to go on the next work session, is to talk about our plan for the permanent superintendent search. We've heard from one member of the community how she would like to see it done, but that's, and who has a good pulse on the community. I'm not discounting that at all, and thank you, Ms. Slaughter, for always, being engaged. But we need to hear from a lot of other people, too, because she did raise some valid points. It'd certainly be a lot cheaper to not have to do a nationwide search. But we also sat here and said that we had some great candidates from outside, and yet we felt for this immediate term that the local was better. So, there's valid points on both sides of that. And I think that I would put our local people up against anybody that would rise to the top and be very competitive if we did even if we did a nationwide search. So that could be a conversation for another day.
Okay. All right. With that, I think we'll wind up our conversation on the interim superintendent. Quickly want to say congratulations to Dr. Brewer, and we look forward to finalizing that conversation on April 29th. Board, the next school board meeting is scheduled for April 22nd, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. There's a special school board meeting on April 29th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. There's another school board meeting on May 8th, 2025 at 7 a.m. And the next administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for May 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Board, I do need to ask your availability for April 29th. That is already a school board meeting at 5:30. Would you be available at 3:30 to have a shade session?
Why so much before? Do we need 2 hours?
That is what the superintendent requested. I don't know.
What was the time? I'm sorry. What was the time you were asking?
3:30.
I am not available at 3:30.
Yeah, I mean, I could do like 4:30.
I can do 4:30. I cannot do 3:30.
Mr. McFadden's shaking his head, yes.
4:30 is fine, Mr. Fadden? Okay.
I just like 2 hours before and then if.
Is a long time. I agree. Reverend Cummings,
April 29th at
4:30. Okay. All right. Mr. McFadden, we are set for that. And with that, we'll go into board comments. Ms. Gonzalez.
I'm all good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us for today. It was a long one. Attorney Powers.
Thank you. Yes, I do have something. Wanted to let everyone know that we have scheduled a school capital outlays for tax oversight committee meeting. And that is for May 6th, Tuesday, at 4 p.m. That is not one for the board to attend. That's just for the board chair and myself to get them started with their new bylaws and get them electing their officers and giving them instructions and moving forward. So each of your candidates have received an invite and will be attending that meeting, and then from there we'll set up, according to their bylaws, future meetings and future business. Other than that, I don't have anything else at the moment.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Powers. Dr. James.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. We had previous conversation about the Reddick parcel and a survey, and I believe where we ended that conversation with regard to the basketball courts that are being unused was we were going to have a further work session. I believe Board Member Thrower had made that recommendation and we were moving forward, but I don't know where that we landed on scheduling a work session, Chair. So if it's possible to try and figure out where that is, the community brought it back up to me, so I wanted to make sure that we were getting it on a work session agenda. Something that the budget conversation triggered for me today, and we've had lots of conversation throughout the district that there's tons of people having lots of budget conversations. One of the budgets that now 2.5 years in I've never actually seen is the school board budget. So the school board members have a budget, and that budget pays for our dues, hotel stays for our conferences, comp fees for our conferences, and in an effort, our travel, and so in our mileage, and so in an effort to be aware, I would love to know what our budget is. And then if other budgets across the district are all getting cut by 10 or 20%, this board member would like to at least acknowledge that I would be okay with cutting ours 20%. And if that means that we are not participating in certain things or we are cutting some of what we're doing, I'm personally okay with that, because if we're having to cut from all other parts of the district, I would like to participate in that conservative effort. And so at a minimum, this board member would like to see what our budget is, because I've never actually seen how much we're allocated and how it's spent. But I would love to be a participating factor to cuts if necessary, and if that means, you know, we do conferences differently, or maybe we stay at less expensive hotels, or I don't know what that looks like, but I would like to at least be aware so that I could make a diligent effort personally. So maybe if finance could provide that to us at some point once budgets are finalized, I would appreciate that. The school board meeting for next Tuesday was not published until Wednesday, which is yesterday. And what I'm looking for is the board to give discretion to our clerk to have the authority to either, one of two things, publish when she's supposed to publish regardless, or call staff who haven't done what they're supposed to do so that she can publish on time. But our clerk, in my experience, feels, because she is a confidential executive secretary, does not have the authority to call senior executive directors and say, you haven't turned in your item yet to board docs, or you haven't pushed publish yet. So she didn't publish the board meeting yesterday, or rather Tuesday, because a critical component wasn't ready. But it was ready, it just a button hadn't been pushed. But she didn't do anything because I don't want to say above her pay grade, but it's that level of disrespect to, should I really be calling a senior executive director telling her what to do? And so I would love if this board, if not today, in the near future, comes up with a common directive for what we want to do, because you guys all know that publishing timelines and putting on is very important to me when we're talking about transparency and 7 days and all of those components. And so I would just like for us to get a very clear understanding of what our clerk has the leverage to do in her position to ensure that we are properly advertising and publishing items for publication. So,
Dr. James, I have a question.
Sure.
But isn't there, we shouldn't have to, and the reason I say that is because we've already had clearly established deadlines that everybody's supposed to have their stuff in. And if the person hasn't met the deadline.
Every time.
Every time. And let me just clarify. I'm going to go back a little bit to the statement I made a little bit ago. Everybody's doing the job of 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, I just want to say for our staff that are busting it every day, I think that they're honest mistakes.
Yeah.
But Elena ends up holding the bag for people that have not turned in their work. My vote would be she publishes when she's supposed to.
That is also my vote. So
What would have to happen after that is simply that in order to get permission to, because we're not talking about the publication for the newspaper, because that's a separate issue.
Right, it's
We're talking about the publication of the agenda. And if somebody's missed something on the agenda because they didn't get it in by the deadline, then at that point, that department or that person has got to go to the board chair and seek permission to add it to the agenda.
Which is happening weekly anyway. So then it will just, at least the majority of the agenda will be published for
yes,
the public.
and
what that does, that brings about accountability.
Correct.
Because after a while, as the chair, you're going to get tired of hearing the same people coming back week after week after week saying the same thing, and that's accountability. So
and that's my personal opinion, that if we have a timeline and you're supposed to have it in by 9 a.m. for a 9 a.m. for a 12 p.m. publication, then if you email it at 11:59, the deadline was 9 a.m., you missed the 9 a.m. deadline, it is being published, and you now have to go to the chair for permission for late publication. Because I think if we start having quote-unquote consequences for, because it's all addressed in agenda review the day before. So I'm finding that Miss Martinez winds up being the one who takes the hit when, and not intentionally, I don't think anyone's intentionally blaming her, but she's the one who pushes the button to go. And so she waited because she's like, well, this is a critical student item. I can't publish and not have it on there. And no one gave her the direction to or not. And she didn't ask either. So I wish we had clear direction, which I agree with you, Chair. Mine would say if we publish at 12 on Tuesdays, we publish at 12 on Tuesdays. There you go.
Board Member Thrower.
I'll weigh in on this a little bit, just because I've been chair twice, and in the best world, under the best of circumstances, with a well-oiled machine, you have no problems. If you start noticing patterns of the same department or people, that requires a different conversation. The board also needs to keep in mind that we don't supervise this person. If there is a continued issue, then I think that respectfully, we need to let Ms. Martinez as supervisor advocate. Thank you for bringing it up, Board Member James, but I think now we need to give her supervisor a chance to take it forward. What I do know is that there has been things that have truly been, if we get a very important contract late that we need for kids, it becomes way too easy to say, yes, add it, because that's who we're here for. And there is that fine line, as you said, between, maybe just not getting to it. So, and it's pretty hard to tease out not being in the position at this moment. I think you would be best positioned to have the conversation with Attorney Powers and get this figured out, because it has been an issue from time to time. And if it's someone's job to do the publishing, then it just in my mind, if that were me, I would be calling them. I don't care if they're the president. to say, it's my job to push the button, so where is it?
Well, and
But maybe some people need to feel more empowered
and
that they'll be backed for that.
and board, sometimes there's other issues. Like last week, there was a technical issue. The internet was down, so one department sent something in, but it didn't make it. But it took a little bit to figure that out. So just know that there's lots of challenges. I think Attorney Powers and I can get this worked out. You know, our goal is to be as transparent and efficient as we can, so the public has access to the information at the right time. So thank you, Board Member James.
And I just had one more item for my comments. I wanted to bring back up comments and concerns that were shared last Tuesday evening from the communities that participated in our board meeting about follow-up from the North End community meetings that occurred. I want to thank Mr. Griffith because the website is now up with some frequently asked questions and some data that was shared in those meetings. However, the 4 town halls at the 4 elementary schools, there are no dates that have been brought forward. On Monday afternoon, I sent an email to Dr. Gullett and other related staff members, as well as the principals of those 4 schools, to share what I thought could be next steps. I absolutely concur that if we go back into the community and present the same data, that is a catalyst for not productive meetings, because no one wants to come to a meeting again and hear us say the same thing we already said. So I shared my recommendations and what, as a board member and community member, I would want to see for those meetings, which included cost to operate the schools annually, the amount of FTE and other funds that are generated from the schools, the total operating budget, and are they breaking even? Are the schools losing money? If they were on site-based budgeting, would they be able to cover their expenses? And then cost to expand sites, et cetera. But we have to come with some solutions, and then we need the community to generate solutions with us. And those solutions, in my opinion, need to come to the board so we can settle this. We need to have a solutions-based conversation as a board and then determine what we're going to do next. But doing nothing is not okay with me, especially when the community is coming to every single meeting sharing that they want the next steps to occur so we can move to a conclusion. So I'm not quite sure what else this board member can do to get those community meetings scheduled. I did even share in my email, if staff seems to want the board to take over this initiative and I'm the one that lives in that district, then that's fine, but I do not think it's appropriate for me to go and represent the whole board when we have varying thought patterns on it. So, but I'm trying to find solutions to continue this conversation, and I'm truly at a loss, board. Other than Mr. Griffith sharing, I sent this email on Monday, other than Dr. Gullett acknowledging it and Mr. Griffith sharing the link for the website, I received no other thoughts. So I would like to see dates scheduled for these meetings before the end of the school year.
And so I'm going to chime in here. During agenda review, there was some discussion on this topic, and we are facing some challenges. I agree with a lot of what you said, Dr. James, but the challenge is it's going to be, and Mr. Griffith is supposed to be reaching out to each board member, but because that's what I asked, because Ms. Boston Ellis, is waiting on a lot of budget items, and for us to have an honest conversation about what our challenges are going to be financially moving forward. They're waiting on some of that data to come in so that we can give up-to-date answers on what our budget is going to look like and what our shortfalls are going to be.
Respectfully, though, we have, I think, 5 schools doing site-based budgeting next year that all have budgets for next year. So we came up with those numbers somehow, because East Marion and North Marion High and Lake Weir High and Osceola all have a budget for next year. So hearing what you say as truth, I agree. We somehow were still able to creatively come up with a budget for these schools at site-based budgeting. So I find it hard that we can't somehow come up with our very close best guess, since we're already doing that for other schools that are at site-based budgeting.
Okay, I understand your frustration, Dr. James. I just completely and wholeheartedly feel that Ms. Boston Ellis is sharing her honest concern. Another thing that I did ask in agenda review is I asked for Ms. Usher to go through the priority list that was presented to us a year or so ago, to make sure that that information is still accurate and forthcoming. So, Dr. James, what do you want as next steps?
I want 4 community meetings scheduled at the 4 elementary schools on the north end that are a part of this conversation, because that is what the community wants to see happen next. And I want those meetings to have new information. If we schedule those meetings and do not provide new information and solutions-based concerns that 3 board members have all consistently shared concerns about, they will not be productive.
And I agree with you, but what I'm saying is if we don't have new information to share at this point, how are we going to schedule those meetings?
I maintain I find it hard to believe that we have site-based budgeting at East Marion Elementary, and we can come up with a budget for East Marion for next year, but we can't come up with a budget for Anthony, Fesden, Spar, and Reddick.
Mr. Griffith, do you have any updated information to share with us? No, you're shaking your, okay, he doesn't. Okay, I will ask further. Does other board members have anything to chime in on this topic?
That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. James. Board Member Thrower?
Well, if you're gonna, we're
Just go in
gonna
line.
down the
Okay, all right, Reverend Cummings?
I hear Dr. James. I hear what she's asking for. I understand what she's asking for. That community, those communities deserve to have good information going forward. I don't think we all just have a meeting not to give the same old information again, but I also don't think that we can give them any inaccurate information. So we need to make sure that whatever Ms. Boston Ellis is going to provide, and she does a tremendous job of giving us what we need. I think we need to get that information, then schedule those meetings accordingly. To rush those meetings without the proper information is going to do us more damage.
Agreed.
Than anything. So we need the correct information. I sometimes get dismayed with some of the conversations I hear when we talk about certain schools, certain communities, because I'll hear a priority in one place and a non-priority in another place. And it's the same conversation about schools. And so I kind of heard that today in some of the things that we were talking about. I won't get into detail on it, but if you guys go back and listen to the tape, it's how it's different when more affluent communities take precedent in the conversation, and you have the same conversation about a less affluent community, and it's like just contradictory. So I want to encourage my board members to please go back and listen to the meeting this morning, and maybe you didn't hear it because maybe you said it, but listen to the conversations, because I heard something different when we talked about Osceola and A Street, and then but a few weeks ago I heard something different when we were talking about Fesden, Anthony, Reddick, and Spar. So I like us to be on the same playing field. I like
course, your audio is muted. Okay, check, check, check.
Okay. Nope, she left.
We got a quorum.
I have a quorum. Well, good, because I still have one question to ask you.
Campbell had to leave at 2:30.
Yes. Thank y'all for hanging with me, not leaving me solo.
Problem.
Okay, welcome back. We had to take a brief recess at 2:22 due to some audio trouble, but we are back at 2:29 and we are finishing up board comments. So, Reverend Cummings, you were evidently getting ready to say something very important.
Anyway, thank you, Chair. I was just stating that when we have conversations about schools, it makes no difference where that school is, whether it's in the forest, whether it's in north part of the county, whether it's in the most affluent parts of our district. The conversations should have the same tenor and equity. Equity is a bad word, I guess, nowadays. But they should have be on the same playing field when we're having those conversations. We can't openly or privately have a certain level of conversation about certain schools because they're in affluent neighborhoods versus having that same conversation when they're not in as affluent neighborhoods. So that bothers me, but again, I encourage our board members to go back and listen to the conversations this morning, and maybe my ear is just a little bit tuned differently, but I'm sure I heard what I heard. And finally, tomorrow is Good Friday. We don't have any school tomorrow. That came about because of this board, as a matter of fact, where we had community members that saw the need and the importance of us not being in school on the Good Friday. As a kid growing up here in Marion County, we never went to school on Good Friday. It was unheard of that you would go to school on Good Friday. That was a time to reflect and to refresh, and as well as to understand that this holiday weekend represents a newness and represents hope and represents new possibilities and new things. So I'm glad that we're not going to be here. So Sunday is Resurrection Sunday. Some folk call it Easter. I don't call it Easter. I call it Resurrection Sunday because that's what we'll be celebrating. So I hope everyone have a good Resurrection weekend.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. And it's just circling back around to the Reddit conversation and getting some things scheduled. We all like to keep things moving, and I respect that. In this situation, there's some potential legislation going on that is important for us to know how that shakes out. I am very concerned about the continued low enrollment at Reddick, as we all are. And I hope that we can shift the focus to that particular school for multiple reasons. The first one is that if we don't keep it at the front of our radar, there is a solid chance that some decisions are going to get made for us when it comes to charter school access, land access, acquisition, things like that. With the way this community is growing more slowly in the northern side right now, but I think it's really important to hold on to what we have and involve the community in coming up with creative and unique programs to fill up that school again. For that reason, I do think that we need to have a work session item on Reddick, as we had said that we wanted to do, but I think that the timing of that needs to be after session ends, so that we know what we're actually truly needing to be talking about and the implications of any decisions that we make, including carving out any piece of property or anything else. And at some point, sooner than later, I think that it is going to be of huge benefit as part of that conversation for this board to make a decision on Fessenden in perpetuity. That is, and I may be wrong, Osceola may be on the National Register of Historic Places. I'm not sure. And if it is, that gives even more credence to the lot of money that we're about to be asked as a board to put into Osceola to shore it up, because 100-year-old buildings have 100-year-old problems. And in terms of equality and just honoring the history that we have, it's important. If we're going to do it one place, we need to find the way to do it other places. Fessenden is super unique in its history, and not every county has that. So it would be my goal and intention before I come off this board to have Fessenden be protected in perpetuity. There's just so much opportunity for that campus, including a resolution of some sort that we want to keep that school a school as it was intended. And so hopefully the board, after more conversation about these other moving pieces, will join me in really considering that. There's a lot of land there. There's a lot of opportunity there. And it's so important as a community to cherish the gems that are still left. My understanding is there used to be a beautiful courthouse, and no one was happy, I don't think, but it's gone. And so we can't do anything about it. These are two buildings, Osceola and Fessenden, that we can do something about it, and also Anthony. But the designation is already there for Fessenden, and I'll need to look back and research if it's also there for Osceola, which may also open up some funding sources and things like that. And I'm not saying we should continue to, there's parts of Fessenden that are more historic than others. That main building. Others were, add-ons. So but I think if we just commit to keeping it a school first, then the rest of the conversation becomes easier, because otherwise the people are going to keep coming back. They're going to keep coming back, and they want answers and they want reassurance. So that would be kind of my step 1, step 2, step 3, and ultimately protecting these historic gems. Speaking about trying to save money, I'm proud of this board for how we have been fiscally responsible as board members. We stopped going because we just really didn't see the value of going up during the legislative days, because it's just so busy. You really don't get ear time that we need. So we've made that adjustment, and we go up when rooms are a lot cheaper in October and have real conversations. So I think it's just important for the community to know. And that also we have a very active legislative liaison and board member Campbell. There's been multiple times now where she's gone up and not all of us. And it has been at the permission to speak, on behalf of the board. And that has helped us save money too. There's value in being a certified school board member. FSBA has been around since the 30s. So being an active part of that organization is also very valuable. And then there's also some of us that really took an opportunity to be serving on the Marion County School Board for a lot less money than what they were earning before they got on here. So every situation is different, but I felt it was important for the community to know how the school board over many years now has made adjustments to be as fiscally responsible in our board activities as we are asking others to be. in their activities. So I just also want to say, have a good Friday, and I'm proud of our instructional calendar committee for going deep with the data to come to the conclusion that when it comes right down to it, that is a day where there's also a lot of absences anyway. So let's go ahead and take care of our community the way they seem to be asking us to do that, and it was a pleasure. And that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Board Member Thrower. And I just have a few quick things. The first several are thank yous. First, thank you, Reverend Cummings, for covering for me last Tuesday when I had a prior engagement. I appreciate you. And I know it was an endeavor for you to get here also. Wasn't easy. He was in Orlando. So thank you for that. Kevin, I want to thank you. The Media Festival last Friday was absolutely amazing. It's one of those events that you will leave and you think, oh, that just can't get any better. And it gets better every year. And so just really enjoyed the opportunity to participate in a small way in the Jim Harbin Media Festival. I think every student, really, and faculty member that was here truly enjoyed the experience. It's so rewarding. The other question I have, Board, May 1st is the National Day of Prayer. There is a community gathering at the Veterans Park in the morning of the 1st, I think at 8 a.m. And then there's also something on the square that evening at 5 p.m. I just wanted to know if you were interested in a proclamation for the Day of Prayer. There's only 3 of us here, so we have to see if you all are interested, then we can bring it back before the whole board. Okay, Reverend Cummings is nodding his head.
Yes. and
Board
you
Member
know
Thor is
that-
looking at her.
Yeah, I can't attend on May 1st, which is really a bummer, but I would definitely be
Willing to
interested in more
participate. Okay, so Attorney Powers, we're interested in at least bringing that to the board. He's going to prepare something and then bring it to us to look at. And last but not least, I just want to say thank you. Mr. Carlisle has left, Ms. Morant, Attorney Powers, Ms. Brown. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes work in working through the process of the interim superintendent, and they were the heavy lifters for that. And so I just want to thank each of you for your help, repeatedly helping, making the process as smooth as we could. And so thank you all for your help in getting that accomplished. And with that, Board, there being no further business, we will adjourn at 2:41 p.m. Thank you.